I wanted was a bigger love sausage. I got one of those super sketchy enhance your manhood pills stuck in my throat, and now I know what dead person tastes like. My tongue has been doubling in length every hour for the last 3 days, and I can't get it to stop. Fuck my actual life. It was my team lead, Ronnie, who put me onto them. The pills, I mean. Should have known better than to trust someone I've only met through Zoom meetings, Slack chats, and Asana projects. But what the hell? I was desperate. You know the average length of a Johnson in the US is 3 inches non-erect. Mine's less than half that when stood to attention. I've almost lost my virginity 3 times, and in every encounter, I was cock-blocked by, well, my love sausage. The sound of women laughing actually makes my hair stand a little because of it. I was sick of feeling suicidal every time someone blamed the machismo bullshit and fuckboy behavior Chad types do on compensating for something. Having a small love sausage sucks. You'd try any sketchy shit sent your way. After 20 years known as Shrinky Dink in your hometown. Trust me and Ronnie were supposed to be having a meeting about training the latest batch of Bayesian algos. But it was 22 in Rio. Ronnie was plastered, totally blind-ass drunk. He also had 3 of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen behind him in his bed. We got chatting and he told me his secret. Next thing I know, a package arrives with my address on it, written in Ronnie's handwriting. A week later in the mail, there were 14 pills in the little vial. I had to run the instructions on the label through a translator. They were written in Portuguese. No manufacturer information or ingredients. Just take 1 per day after eating for 2 weeks. Double size guaranteed. Do not overdose or take in any way other than prescribed. If accidentally taken, prophylactically seek medical attention immediately. Standard shit basically. No, I didn't misread the label and accidentally overdose or anything like that. This mess was 100% not my fault. It was Ronnie's. I literally just got a pill caught in my throat. That was my mistake. My only contribution to this monumental fuck up. First one of the gold and purple pills I took lodged itself behind a tonsil just long enough for the outer casing to weaken. I coughed so hard trying to shake it loose and swallow it that I cracked the damn shell. The powder inside spilled out, dissolving over my tongue. I just about managed to pour a glass of water to wash the casing down and stop the coughing fit, but I was too late for stopping this hell I am in now. Far too fucking late. Sorry, I don't mean to keep swearing. I'm just stressed, you know. It's getting cramped in here. I don't think the walls to my crappy apartment building will last long, but my bones will definitely give out before the brickwork does. Anyways, the powder in the pill was foul to taste. Once when I was a kid, a family of about 8 raccoons got trapped under the tarp cover of our garage hot tub and drowned on Halloween. Mom and Dad didn't fire the tub up again until the next Valentine's Day. The damp chlorinated decomposition smell that lingered in our house until August that year is exactly how the manhood growth powder tasted. I had to stop myself from barfing. I wish I didn't, because if I'd vomited, maybe the stomach acid would have burned the damn stuff away. I don't take pills with anything to wash them down. See, I'd never needed to. You get used to popping ibuprofen like Smarties. After a few years spending 12 hours days lost in Python scripts, I had to run from my desk to the kitchen for the water. Plenty of time for the dusty mold in the purple gold pill to dissolve into the microporous surface of my tongue. You know why it got stuck? Because just as I swallowed it, I gasped. You know why I gasped? Because as it passed my lips, an announcement from our project manager popped up on the team Discord. Ronnie had been found in his apartment that morning. The living don't get found in their own homes, so the whole nearly choking to death incident took place before I'd even read why Ronnie was now posthumous. The Rio police hadn't given many details, only that the death was already being treated as homicide, and that Ronnie had a significant portion of his navel, groin, and inner thighs removed. I didn't make the connection then. Now I get it, what must have happened. Probably cut it out himself, threw it out the window. bled out before it could start growing back. Plenty of wild dogs in Rio, a piece of meat that big would be gone in under a minute. I didn't think about any of that when I read that announcement. I just felt lightheaded, both from the taste of the pill still, and because my mind was racing thinking up the illegal ingredients Brazilian drug lords had Ronnie killed over. Narcotic compounds that I'd just had delivered to my house. Ones I'd just eaten. I watched way too many Netflix documentaries. Okay, besides, believing Ronnie was hit by a cartel that shipped illicit growth supplements is still much more believable than the than the damn truth. At the time, my paranoid ass didn't know any better and was still freaking out about getting raided by feds or, worse, an international hitman. One tight-chested oxygen-thieving panic attack later, I was passed out on my bed for a solid 8 hours. That's when my problems actually started. I dreamed of Ronnie. I was floating above an endless favela, half a mile in the air, while dozens of copies of the 98 feet Cristo Redentor that watches over Rio stood beneath me, all looking up, all tracking me with their pupil-less stone stares. Ronnie was among them, and he swam upward, the greasy face beneath that comb-over full of unrestrained malice. I tried to propel myself away, to put some distance between me and the spiteful corpse man levitating toward me with outstretched arms. But it was no use. The army of statues started laughing when Ronnie reached me. Every big statue of Christ let out rumbling, granite gravel bellows while my former team lead wrapped his hands around my throat. Ronnie's lower torso had been gouged open. I could feel the warmth of his flayed innards spooling onto my legs when he pushed himself on top of me, his rigor mortis stiff knuckles bone white tight. Even in my dream, the lack of oxygen had stars and flashes popping into my vision. The milk-eyed face above me swam behind a blurred purple haze. I was clawing at his hand, trying to find purchase to pry away his brittle grip, but his rotting flesh turned to slick wet mulch beneath my fingertips. Then everything went red. Ronnie leant over me, his pupil-less eyes rolling back in their sockets to reveal. Well, look, it was a weird dream, and we all know why I wanted the pills from Ronnie. I don't want to spell it out, but the corpse face on top of me now sported a pair of the other kind of head that male bodies have. The bulging purple mounds that emerged on the undersides of Ronnie's dead eyeballs had their own orifices, as would be, unfortunately, anatomically correct. God, I hate my subconscious. They puckered themselves when Ronnie howled, and I could see something glowing bubble up from wherever the urethral openings in his face led. There was a smell of cooking flesh, of burning roadkill fried in engine oil. I wish I could say the dream was part of some curse or whatever, but I can't. Fucked up dreams are on brand for my brain. Still, if it wasn't for the lava that spewed from Dream Ronnie's extremely gross eye sockets into my screaming dream mouth, I might not have woken up. The pain, the burning from the magma pouring down my strangled throat in the dream, shook me out of the deep post-panic attack sleep. If I hadn't already woken up screaming, I would have started immediately. I couldn't breathe. I was still being strangled. My tongue was still burning. The pain stopped the second I fell off the bed. That's because the change in position pulled my tongue away from the radiator. I hadn't had a chance to look at it yet, but I could already tell something was really fucking wrong. Apart from the burning, I had a more immediate problem though. The purple haze, empty lungs, and popping star flashes had followed me from the dream. Then, just as I was at the point of passing out, whatever it was wrapped tight around my neck relaxed. I gasped for breath, panting. Something was wrong though. My tongue was dry and still incredibly sore from the burn. Yet, whenever I tried to pull it into my mouth to soothe it, as a reflex I couldn't. I was still a bit delirious and panicked, so I didn't really put together what was happening right away. I thought a snake must have got in my room or something, strangled me in my sleep. Drearily I thought I'd snapped its neck when I'd fallen off the bed or something. After a few seconds the thought came to me through the haze. Hey, I should probably try and get this dead snake off my neck. I tried to pull it off. I could feel both my hands wrapping, somehow, around my tongue. I could feel the slimy warmth of my tongue on my hands, and I could feel the cold clamminess of my hands on my tongue. My brain decided this was impossible. My feet took me to the mirror in my bathroom. My eyes took in the sight of the long, slimy, purple muscle that dangled from my mouth and wrapped around my neck like a scarf made from a dead eel. My eyes, wide with horror, then turned back to the doorway, widening further still when they saw the purple length of glistening muscle that had followed me from the saliva-drenched bed. My brain made another decision, that this was too much. I was clearly still asleep, and that it would try passing out for another 8 hours. When I woke up again, I was on the bathroom floor. I had a massive lump and killer headache, but thankfully, no radiator burns or oxygen starvation. I did have some phenomenal bruising on my neck. I didn't really care about that, though. I was more concerned about my massive fucking tongue. Sorry, I'm swearing again. Can you really blame me though? By my calculation, my tongue has doubled in length every hour since taking the pill. When I woke up on the bathroom floor, it had been 16 hours since I read about Ronnie's death. I'll be honest, I'd never measured my tongue before all this. The human average is about 3.5 inches, so let's go with that. After an hour, mine would have been 7 inches, a grotesque thing lolling out the side of my mouth while I slept. When it strangled me, 7 hours later, it was about 74 feet long. Most of that length was around my neck and coiled in my bed, with the tip eventually growing long enough to reach the radiator on the opposite wall of my studio apartment. When I awoke the second time, 16 hours after taking the pill, my tongue stretched 18,944 feet. That's just over 3.5 miles. Doubling every hour, I'd have 896 miles of slippery, writhing, phlegm-coated tongue slathering from my face by the end of day 1. I did the calculations lightning fast, vomiting and lapsing back into short, sharp, uncontrollable breaths as the full ramifications hit. Full disclosure, the doubling every hour is a guesstimate. The coiled mass that quivered on and around my bed grew twice as big in diameter over the hour that I watched it, sobbing and trembling, before deciding to figure out a plan. A whole bunch of math later, my plan was nowhere within reach. All I had was more panic, but at least now it was informed panic. Panic with numbers and statistics behind it. That had to count for something, right? Unless the government spooks that boarded up my apartment after those cops died have a change of heart. I'm not going to make it out of this still breathing. Shit. Maybe they were the ones who got Ronnie. Still, I don't want to go thinking that I was totally useless in the end. At least I can say I tried, can't I? I did the math. That's all I could do, isn't it? My bedroom was full by the end of day 2. By the end of day 3, I was huddled in the kitchen, pushing back against the encroaching tide of my own fibrous tissue, screaming a gargled, choked cry from a mouth forever refilling with freshly grown tongue. My howls weren't just from uncontrollable terror either. I was also disturbing every other resident in the building because of the pain. The absolute, total, unbearable pain. Why do you think I'm writing this right now? It's a distraction, something to focus on. If I was dictating, there would be way more whimpers and sobs. Trust me. Mr. Dawkins, the building super, barged his way through the front door not long after the 25th or 26th hour. He'd been banging on the ceiling a long time before that, telling me to shut up with that wailing. You damn liberal pussy. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not exactly that cut up about what happened to me. Dawkins, he had it coming. Well, kind of. I don't think he had that, specifically, coming. I don't think anyone does, but he's definitely not the worst person it could have happened to. I'd be much more upset if it was that nice old lady next door that I've never got over my social anxiety hang-ups long enough to get to know. At the point Mr. Dawkins kicked through my door, I had over 1,000 miles of superfluous tongue cascading from my aching jaw. Do you know how many nerve endings are in 3.5 inches of tongue? Hundreds of thousands, and that's just the taste buds. When you bite your tongue, it hurts like fuck. Sorry, like hell. Right, The sensory overload of thousands of miles of tongue's worth of receptor nerves it's its own class of suffering. There aren't words in the English language for it. Maybe any language. No human before me has suffered like this, because no human before me has had a tongue this long. Have they? I'm only able to write this now before the pressure of being pressed into the apartment so tight has kind of numbed it a bit. Either that or getting parts of it smushed into the outlets gave me a massive electric shock. Either way, it was much more painful on that first night than it is now. Especially when Mr. Dawkins drove a kitchen knife into it. That hurts. Hold still, damn it, boy. I gotta cut this devil out of you. Whatever was in Ronnie's pill, it altered my physiology in more ways than one. Turns out my tongue isn't just longer now. It's tougher, too. I remember feeling the man's fat hand around my neck as he lifted me by the throat. The glimmer of fear and excitement in his piggy eyes as he poised the blade at my top lip. I felt the coolness of its razor edge on my taste buds. My chest tightened. My heart beat faster than a greyhound chasing a track rabbit after a power surge. I tried pleading with him but couldn't get words out. Between the mouthful of tongue and hand around my throat, coherent speech was impossible. There was pressure on my tongue. A thin, acute pressure. A pressure that was dragged and turned into a slow slice. The flesh of the muscle coiled around the blade, the thinnest point of its edge pressing into the moist surface. I could taste the tang of the stainless steel, the coppery warmth of blood. However, never came. Don't get me wrong, it hurt like all hell when Mr. Dawkins pressed the knife tip harder and harder into my taste buds. But he couldn't break the skin. It didn't feel any harder to the touch. It just, I don't know, refused to yield to the knife. Like it had been reinforced at a cellular level undetectable to the naked eye. It was when Mr. Dawkins got frustrated and stumbled backward that he sealed his fate. He put too much into his final blow. You see, bowled himself over, tripped over the wriggling coil of tongue leading from my face to the pulsing tangle overflowing out the bedroom across the hall. It's into this writhing, roiling mass of tongue that Mr. Dawkins landed. As soon as he fell into the mess of squirming tongue, it began to consume him. I began to consume him. It's happened 3 times since. All of them cops following up on the noise complaints, and then missing cops. Before the X-File suits who showed up on day 3 decided it would be easier to lock me in and wait for me to get crushed under the weight of my own mass. It always went down the same way too. Remember when I said if this was dictated you'd hear a lot more ouches? Well, now you'd hear me trying to cough up puke around my still growing tongue. I can still taste them. I hate putting what it feels like into words. Have you ever had someone put their hand in your mouth and rummage around? But not like a dentist. Like an unwanted advance, let's say. Mildest comparison being when you're having at it with someone and they go for the suck my finger bite my thumb digits in mouth, and you're not feeling it. That's the closest facsimile to the sensation of Mr. Dawkins, and the 3 cops suffering in my tongue mass. I could feel every inch of them as they scrabbled and struggled and pushed against my slime-coated taste muscle. They may as well have been in my mouth. My brain, struggling to compartmentalize the insanity, basically registered it as happening that way as far as physical sensation goes. I remember watching, horror-struck, paralyzed by the madness of it all while they pleaded for help that I couldn't give. They'd always struggle, always. 2 of the cops tried shooting. Didn't work. The writhing coils of tongue couldn't be torn, or severed, or shot through. The saliva that coated them made finding purchase impossible. There was so much sputum drooling from the roiling biomass that I'm pretty sure it's my victims drowned in lungs full of phlegm before they suffocate from strangulation. The miles of coiled tongue would constrict and contract around them, pulling them into the mass to be digested. I'm guessing that's how it works for me now. I haven't got hungry since, and I can't begin to fathom how many calories I'm burning growing this fucking tongue. Anyways, I'm always able to feel them stop moving after a while. They bite, claw, and scratch. It hurts, but the tongue always subdues them in the end. The digestion is slow, though. Mr. Dawkins died 2 days ago. I can feel the warmth of his decomposition like he's rotting in my mouth. The sickly sweet rancid meat flavor of him. The chill trickle of the juices released from his bloating frame seeping between the tight coils of my tongue. Every drop of his half-digested spoils marinating my taste buds. I'm running out of room in my shabby but spacious apartment. There's maybe 2 square feet of space left that isn't occupied by tongue. The CIA, FBI, whatever spooks showed up a few hours back. I heard the bang of them boarding up the door, the warbled conversations they had with the neighbors to evacuate the building. They're probably going to get me soon, like they got Ronnie. The pill's intended effect must not work as fast, since Ronnie took them for days and didn't have miles of. Well, I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm scared. The building has safety bars on the windows, so I can't smash them and rappel down the building like some gross John Carpenter. I've tried biting through the tongue, cutting it off myself. No good, doesn't work. Staring myself down in the mirror before plucking up the courage to try both of those options was exactly as traumatic an afternoon as you're imagining. I can see the suits out the window, loading the nice old lady next door and the rest of the neighbors onto a bus. They keep looking up at my window, muttering. I don't blame them. Oh shit, my signal keeps gonking out. A black van has just pulled up. One of those were not a surveillance van, honest kinda deals. They must have a signal jammer to stop any evidence of my massive tongue getting online. I'm going to be honest, part of me hopes they'll hurry up and cart me off to some lab. Maybe fucking kill me. Maybe it's for the fucking, not sorry anymore, best. I can't help but remember how Ronnie was found. Parts of him were removed from his navel to his torso. I already know he couldn't have cut his Johnson off himself, even if he did want to. I've read about parasites that replace limbs in fish and stuff, right? If the scratching sensation that started in the back of my throat about 15 minutes ago is connected to the gaping chasm they found between Ronnie's legs, getting crushed to death by my own tongue, or black-bagged by Mulder and Scully, doesn't seem like such a bad outcome. Don't bother trying to send help. Not going to lie, I started writing this with getting help in mind. But just, what's the fucking point? I'm done. If you take anything away from this fucking insanity, maybe make it not laughing at guys with small love sausages. Or maybe the moral is take your pills with water. I don't know. Anyways, I've got to go. The whole damn megatongue just started fucking vibrating. That scratching in my throat I mentioned really fucking hurts and feels way too much like mandibles. And to top it off, I just spat up a fuckload of blood. It's not fair, man. All I wanted was a bigger love sausage. Before I start, I feel like I should make something very clear. I absolutely love Ellen. We've been living together for about 3 years now, but have known each other our whole lives. In fact, we were childhood friends, and I know this may sound like a fairy tale to some people, but it truly felt like we were always destined to be together, even after graduation. When we started dating other people, it only felt truly right when we were with each other. So I don't know what took me so long to ask her out, but I'm really glad I did. We have the same taste in music, shows, and even food. We laugh at the same dumb jokes, and know exactly how to comfort each other in times of need. She's the kindest, most gentle and loving girl I ever met. We even been talking about our plans for marriage, and how we would like to have kids of our own. That's why it hurts so much how it all went terribly wrong, in just 4 nights. I would also like to preface that Ellen doesn't have much of a family other than me, and some very distant aunts that she never met and doesn't even know their names. I was born in a big family, with 4 siblings and plenty of cousins that were always visiting, and even helping out when we got in trouble. Ellen has none of that. She doesn't have any siblings, and her father was an alcoholic, abusive freak that died when she was young. Her mother was a very kind and inspiring person that took care of the family by herself for many years, and almost a second mother to myself. So when she passed away last year, it hurt us both for a long time. But Ellen stayed strong. She's not the type to let her feelings easily surface, so you gotta be a lot more perceptive to get what she truly feels. I used to pride myself in being capable of that. I felt like I knew her better than I knew myself. That's why this is all so strange, and frankly, terrifying. We were sleeping in bed, and I was dreaming. I don't really remember what it was about, but for some reason I'm sure of it. Until I heard her voice, very close to my ear. Knock, knock. She was caressing my hair gently, while sitting in bed and looking below at me. I slowly opened my eyes, groggy from sleep. Hey, what is it, baby? She kept looking at me, fixated, and repeated, knock, knock. I glanced at the digital clock on top of the dresser. 3:27 in the morning. I had work in only a few hours. What is it, Ellen? She paused. Please answer the joke, dear. Knock, knock. Fine, I accepted, mostly because I was expecting some kind of surprise. Ellen wasn't the type to do what she was doing for no reason. Who's there? Her smile opened up and she answered, Not me, so don't answer the door. I kept looking at her, dumbfounded. What was that supposed to mean? Is that it? Is that the joke? Yes, she said, laying in the couch and covering herself with a blanket. Thank you for answering. Weirdo, I answered, closing my eyes and going back to sleep. Next morning, things went as usual. I only remembered the strange conversation while I was alone in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and wasn't even sure if it had truly happened or if it was just a weird dream. So we had our breakfast together, and she was acting normal, reading something aloud from a fashion magazine. Frankly, I wasn't paying much attention, so I took the opportunity to ask about last night. Initially, she didn't seem to know what I was talking about. Then her eyes fixated on me and the same smile from last night crossed her face briefly, and I knew it wasn't just a dream. She told me it wasn't anything of importance, and stopped paying attention when I asked more inquisitively. And even though I shouldn't, I gave up. I had work and other matters to attend to, and just brushed off the weird event thinking it wouldn't happen again. But the following night, I woke up to her voice. Knock, knock. What is it now? I said. Ellen, what are you doing? Knock, knock. She repeated. She wasn't even touching me, just sitting in bed, looking at me with that same smile, but her eyes seemed larger, and she blinked in longer intervals. I looked at the clock. Once again, 3:27 in the morning. Ellen, come on. What is it? I got work in a few hours. Can't have the luxury of waking up in the middle of the night to answer knock-knock jokes. Knock, knock. This is getting creepy. You know, I'm not sure if this is some gag you've been doing, but I don't like it. Answer it. Knock, knock. I sighed, but also let a small laugh escape. It was creepy, of course, but she was also my Ellen, so it didn't bother me as much as it should. Fine, who the fuck is there? I answered in a playful tone. Not me, so don't answer the door. For some reason, I felt a chill down in my spine. It was the same answer as before and I still didn't get what it meant. But the way she said it, with a strange, monotone voice, contrasted well with her smile and the fact that I had no idea of what she meant by that. What does that mean? I asked. I really don't get it. She just smiled and went back to sleep. I felt a throb in my heart, but did the same. Next day, we talked again about what was happening. She was very evasive with my questions and I barely got her to say anything. It was almost as if she couldn't talk about it, which was very strange, considering we talk about pretty much everything. I told her I needed to be well rested for work, something she should understand well, and wasn't liking her little gag every night. She just nodded, and I decided to not press further, as I didn't want to hurt her feelings and had work to attend to. When I got back home, we had dinner, watched a movie and went to bed. Knock, knock. I opened my eyes faster this time around. In fact, I barely got any sleep. I just knew she would do it again and kept thinking about it the whole time. Glanced at the clock, 3:27 in the morning. Knock, knock. I thought about ignoring her, just pretending I was asleep and she wouldn't wake me up. So I closed my eyes slowly, hoping that she hadn't seen me opening them in the first place, and stayed quiet. Knock, knock, she kept saying. She didn't stop. I regulated my breathing, but she kept going. Knock, knock. I'm not answering your fucking joke. Ellen, stop it. Knock, knock. I ignored, but she kept going. She had never been this insistent with anything before. I tried to ignore it, but it was getting on my nerves. And frankly, I felt scared. Why was Ellen doing this? Why every night, at the same exact time down to the minute? Why wouldn't she let me sleep until I answered her? Knock, knock. I got up in a sudden movement. God damn it, Ellen. I was ready for a discussion, but when I finally glanced at her, it was as if the strength was drained from me. She wasn't smiling, she wasn't blinking, just staring right at me, fixated like an animal, and her mouth was moving, slowly, and she didn't stop. Knock, knock. I didn't know how to react, or what expression I had when I saw her, but my heart skipped a beat. It was terrifying, as if her gaze froze me in place, a 1,000-yard stare. Knock, knock. Who's there? I asked, feeling as if it was the only way out of that nightmare. Not me, so don't answer the door, she said weakly. Ellen slowly closed her eyes and laid down. I kept staring at her while she fell into what seemed to be a deep sleep. I got up and left. I walked downstairs and sat down at the couch in the living room, staring at the night sky outside and absorbing the quiet of the neighborhood. My heart was beating fast and it didn't slow down. I was too scared to sleep in the same room as my girlfriend, all because of a fucking knock-knock joke. But it was unnatural. I thought about calling someone. I thought about it all being some kind of sleep-related issue, such as some type of sleepwalking. But it didn't make any sense. I felt so tired and decided that early in the morning, I would call an old friend who's a psychologist and get the opinion of a professional. Something was wrong with Ellen. I stayed in the couch as the day rose, and once Ellen woke up, she was acting normal again. Even asked me why I wasn't in bed. I didn't answer. In fact, I didn't speak to her and simply left for work. She seemed very upset, but I wouldn't do anything about it. Once I got to work, I called my friend, told him everything that was happening in as much detail as I'm describing now. He didn't seem as worried as I thought he would be, but we agreed in making an appointment for next week. Now I just needed to convince Ellen to come with me. I received plenty of text messages from her. She seemed very worried, sad, and even confused. She apologized a lot, and it broke my heart a little. I felt bad, I shouldn't, but I answered her and made her promise it wouldn't happen again. I also told her about the appointment, and she seemed reluctant but agreed to go with me. So we made up. This was Ellen, after all, the girl I knew ever since I was 6 years old, the woman I loved and that had taken care of me for years. And as much as that strange behavior creeped me out, she wasn't doing anything particularly frightening or even dangerous. So for a brief while, I convinced myself I should give her another chance. When I returned home from work, we stayed together. She even prepared my favorite meal. Ellen was acting as gentle and caring as I always remembered, and I slept with her in our bedroom, even though I was still a bit reluctant. Knock. I couldn't believe it. She promised me she wouldn't. Knock. I gazed at the clock. 3:27 in the morning. Knock. I was laying on my stomach and I couldn't see her face. In fact, I didn't even bother to look at her. I was feeling more sad than scared. At that point, sad that she had broken her word. Knock. Who's there? I answered, determined to just go back to sleep. Not me, so don't answer the door. I stayed quiet and closed my eyes. I just hoped I would be able to handle it until the appointment next week. To my surprise, I was actually able to sleep, probably because I hadn't been able to rest since last night. The following morning, I went back to not saying anything to Ellen, only very limited responses. I was expecting her to act the same as yesterday, trying to apologize, but she didn't. Mostly she didn't say anything, almost as if she had accepted it. She also looked tired, or at least a bit weak. I went to work, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. Didn't receive any messages either. Once I got back, we had the most silent dinner I ever had in my life. And she barely ate anything. I decided to let her have the bedroom and sleep on the couch. I wasn't sure if it would stop her, but held on to the hope that she wouldn't go downstairs only to tell me the same knock-knock joke again. I covered myself with a blanket, shaked off that uneasy feeling, and tried to sleep. I had a deep sleep, without dreams, felt like I was lost in darkness. Then I heard breathing. Opened my eyes to see Ellen, standing above me, looking at me with big fixated eyes and dilated pupils that didn't seem to belong in such a completely neutral expression, watching me sleep. I almost screamed in terror, jumped out of the couch, and her eyes followed me as I stumbled through the dark room, creating distance between us. For a moment I was able to glance at the clock above the table, 3:27 in the morning. "Ellen, what are you doing?" I asked, desperate, but she didn't move. In fact, she didn't say anything, just stared at me as if I was made of glass and she could see right through me. Then I heard a knock on the front door. Instinctively, I looked in that direction. It was followed by another knock, and another, someone almost pounding at the door. I glanced back at Ellen, and she was still staring at me. Slowly, I got closer to the door and she didn't move. The pounding continued. "Who's there?" I screamed. It stopped, and then I heard a voice. John, can you hear me?" "Open the door, please. John, please open the door." I froze in place. The voice kept calling me, but I couldn't believe it. It was Ellen's voice, coming from the other side of the door. But it couldn't be. "I beg you, John, open the door, it's serious. She's not me, I swear." Slowly I turned my head to look at Ellen. Standing in front of the couch, she was looking at me, the same fixated eyes and a terrible wide grin across her face. The pounding continued. "John, open the door. Please. You have to trust me." I stayed still, not knowing what to do, and I don't remember what happened after that. I just woke up in my bedroom. The digital clock indicates it's 4:21 in the morning. Ellen isn't by my side. I'm completely alone. I'm trembling uncontrollably, and I don't know what's going on. I don't remember what happened after I saw her terrible grin. I don't know if I opened the door. I tried to look for my phone, see if I could call the police or at least someone that I know, but I left it downstairs. All I have is Ellen's laptop, and it's where I'm writing this right now to get advice, because I can't go downstairs. The corridor is dark, very dark, almost as if the shadows were leaning into the room, and I can hear a faint scratching sound coming from below. What should I do? The police hide many things from the public. As an officer myself, I have been made to hide some truly horrifying stuff away from the public. I will take them all to my grave, but this is a secret I just can't keep. You may have heard a rumor that the police have a special paranormal division for events that require skills outside the normal scope of policing. I heard this rumor too before I joined the force and asked around to no avail. Nobody knew about it, not even some of the senior officers, so I eventually dropped it but still felt like there was an element of truth to it. There was a quote I once heard as a boy: "Be hospitable to rumors, for however grotesque they are, they always have some reason for existence." It was a normal day on the force and I was called in to investigate a break-in at a local residential home on the north side of town. The house was along a quiet residential street. As we drove, lights began to switch on as night approached. Eventually reaching the destination and getting out of the car, we saw it. A large, classic 1900s American house receded from the main path. Back in the day, I'm sure it looked beautiful with its huge porch fit for a family, large bay windows to let plenty of light in, and light blue wooden paneling contrasting beautifully with a dark tiled roof. Now it's just a shadow of what it was. Boarding on the windows, holes in the roof, part of the porch roof has caved in, making it unwalkable, and the garden leading up to the house is completely overgrown with nettles and weeds. The path leading up to the house is barely walkable as the path has deep cracks making the surface unbalanced and weeds have begun to grow onto the path. We decided to flip a coin to see who would talk to the neighbors and who would survey the house. I chose heads, which meant I had to talk to the neighbors. I saw my partner turn on his torch and walk the path. Little did I know that would be the last time I saw him. The first neighbor I spoke to was a sweet old lady. She said that the house had been abandoned for years and was falling apart. Her bedroom window faces the house and she has seen lights on, figures walking around, and loud noises, like crying and screaming. She said that the house has a long history of quite disturbing events, one of which was a story about a mother that was found guilty of killing her husband and their maid with a kitchen knife. The husband was stabbed over 100 times or so, she claimed. Another and more recent incident was how a feral dog had broken in through a window in the living room, killing the babysitter and the 2 children she was looking after. She insisted that the house must be haunted due to all these tragic events, and even claims to have seen the very woman that killed the husband and maid in the windows pacing up and down the halls. I thanked her for the information, which was rather helpful, and moved on. As I walk to the next house, my radio comes to life and nearly makes me shit my pants. "Partner, you there?" I've been knocking on the front door, no reply. I see movement inside. I'm going around the back to try there. Over. I responded, "Copy that." Over. And moved on. I spoke to a few more neighbors, a delightful couple, and a few not so friendly neighbors. It's a mixed bag these days. It's either a nice hello or a spit in the eye. As I make my walk back, my radio springs back to life with a frantic voice on the other end. "Need backup immediately. Got a suspect wielding a knife." I've entered through the back door and am currently positioned in the kitchen. In front of me in the living room appears to be a tall female, dressed in a white gown, dancing from what it looks like. He said this as if he couldn't believe what he was watching. She is in possession of a large blood-stained kitchen knife. As I listened to this, it sent chills up my spine. What the hell is going on? 10-4, approaching now. Over. I ran up the walkway to the house. As I battled my way through the nettles, my radio sprang to life with a reply. She's moved position, walked out of the living room and into the dining room, moving to get visuals. Over. As I approached the front door, I jumped at the sound of a manly scream of terror, followed by 3 loud gunshots which lit up the living room window in brief orange light. All I could hear after was wet smacking sounds, repeatedly followed by a weird crunching noise. I did not know it then, but after, it turns out my partner had been stabbed nearly over 100 times with the same knife he reported. The sounds were this knife butchering his body like it was some type of pin cushion. As I approached the front door, to my surprise, it was slightly ajar. I pulled out my gun and spoke into my radio. "Control. This is Unit 4. An officer's gun has been discharged. We need immediate backup at our location." I waited for confirmation before entering. "This is Control. Backup is on standby. Please clear the area before we make the dispatch." What they basically meant is that units are spread thin at the moment. Please confirm what we're up against so they can send the appropriate force like SWAT or K9 units. I enter the building, torch and gun in hand, trembling with fear. "Police, come out now with your hands up, otherwise I will shoot." The first thing I noticed when I walked through the large wooden door is that it is bone-chilling cold, making me not want to move. When I breathed, I could see the mist depart my lips. It was a huge contrast to the warm midsummer temperatures outside. I start to move throughout the house, scouring the rooms. It's just as I thought. Old 1950s furniture, dusty with cobwebs, bare wooden floors, and ripped up drooping wallpaper along the walls. It was the perfect scene for a horror movie. As I walked into the living room, I saw what I feared. It was my partner's boots. His body was lying out of sight in the kitchen, and as I moved closer, the body got dragged by something fully into the kitchen. I moved forward, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Show yourself now." I received from behind me a sinister childlike laugh, causing me to spin around, but nothing was behind me. That was it. I had seen enough and wanted out. I charged for the front door, and when I reached it, I pulled on the handle with all my strength. I felt as if my soul had left my body. The door was jammed shut. I remembered my partner saying he got in through a back door, so I run back to the kitchen. And there he was. He was on his back and his face was looking up at the ceiling. Blood was pooling all around him and his face had this look of sheer fear. It was like a face I'd never seen before. In fact, I didn't know faces could do that. I tried the back door but no, I couldn't get out. It was also jammed. My head was racing. I should have made the call there and then, but I just wanted to get out to be safe again. I thought it can't get worse than this, but I was so wrong. Hell was about to open its gates. As I walked back into the living room, I was greeted by the sound of a low guttural snarl. My eyes traced the room trying to find the source, and there it was. Glowing yellow eyes in the far corner near the window, the part where it was darkest. All I could see were those eyes for a few seconds. Yellow eyes with black slits as pupils. It was followed by a nasty wide row of sharp pointy teeth, pulling off some sort of demonic smile. In between them, a long tongue, drooling with saliva all over the floor. It was at that moment I noticed what it was. A huge black dog, and it started to walk towards me. I looked at my options of escape around me. The front and the back door were locked and the windows had wood panels covering them, stopping my escape through them. I had no choice. I would have to chance running upstairs and to find cover. I bolted with everything I had and so did this demonic dog. Barking, growling, gnashing as it tries to snap at my heels. I braced for it to sink its huge teeth into my legs, but to my fortune, they did not. I flew upstairs as fast as I could, pulling most of the muscles in my legs. Finally, I ran down the long corridor and dashed into a nearby bedroom, slamming the door behind me and then throwing my body onto the door. Normally I moan about being fat, but this time I was actually grateful as my weight was just enough to hold it off. I stayed against the door a while before I heard the banging end. I saw it as my chance to move some large objects by the door and did so quickly and without noise. I took a look at the room I was currently in. A small crib was in the corner, rocking slowly back and forth like someone was pushing it. At this point I had seen a lot worse than a crib moving on its own. What was worse was the dolls that were in the room. There must have been at least 30, a few on the floor covered in cobwebs. Some of the faces had been smashed in and their clothes ripped and savaged. The rest was on the shelves. Their faces were sad and dead, but their eyes, even though they didn't move, always appeared to be looking straight at you. At this point, I decided to call it in and hope for some backup. Control, this is Unit 4. Control, I repeat, this is Unit 4. A few minutes passed, and at that moment I felt completely alone. Fear and adrenaline taking over again, even though I was exhausted then. Finally, a response. First, it came out extremely distorted and broken up, so I placed my ear closer to the speaker. This is, "Get out of my house." A womanly voice interrupts the speaker. It was like a whisper but clear enough to be heard. I dropped the radio, nearly breaking it, and stepped back, but then I got a much clearer, "This is Control." I grabbed the radio again reluctantly and explained to them what just happened. They then asked me a question that made everything seem surreal, like I knew nothing about the world. It was then I knew God was not real and there was so much more to this world than most of us know. Would the situation be classed as paranormal? In my stunned, dazed state, I asked them to repeat. "Would you say the things you have seen are unexplainable?" I then said without thinking, "Yes, over." It responded, "Copy that, a paranormal team will be sent to your location shortly. Please remain calm." She said this with ease, like this is a normal occurrence for them. When I explained it to her, I thought she would think I'd gone crazy, but no. She knew from what I had said that it was a paranormal situation, making the rumor true, that the team is real. I stayed in that room curled up in a ball against a corner like a child would do when their parents are fighting, praying for it to end soon. Minutes more passed and I could hear banging on the bedroom door again. Suddenly shouting erupted from downstairs. "How could you do this to our baby, you monster?" It was a woman, and a distraught manic one at that. She howled with sheer anger, to which a man replied, "Darling, it was the maid's fault, she should have been watching her." He sounded very prim and proper. "You were fornicating with her again. I know you were. You left our baby all alone upstairs. left to suffocate in her cot all because you couldn't help yourself. You selfish, stupid man." The voice was maddening at this point, just purely primal and hysterical tones. "Darling, put that down. You don't want to do that. I know you love me. We can work this out." Crashing, banging, and smashing is all I heard for a minute straight, even with my hands up to my ears to block out the noise. When it all stopped, a sound came from downstairs. The woman was humming, "London Bridge is falling down." A pain radiated from the sound, affecting anything nearby with its emotion, and for the first time in years I cried uncontrollably. The humming slowly got closer to me. I could hear her walking up the stairs, the creaks of the floorboards giving away her location. I held my breath as I knew she had reached the bedroom door, still humming. The door handle was being tried, but there was no way it could get through, surely. Even with the certainty, I shut my eyes, not wanting to look anymore, and retreated to the darkness of my brain. Silence fell for a while, and then to my utter horror a hushed voice spoke close to my ear, its cold breath lathering my neck, causing the hairs to stand. "My fair lady," I cried even harder in pure hysterical fear. I felt her cold bony hands on my face, brushing up and down, wiping off the tears, though I still dare not open my eyes, for who knew what I was to see. Then, like the gates of heaven had opened to accept me as one of their own, the door downstairs crashed open, followed by shouts of, "Police! Police!" Running pounded up the stairs, and the thing next to me whispered in my ears, "Don't worry, little one, Mommy will be with you. Mommy will always love you." The door to the bedroom smashed open, and people with flashlights, large guns, and priests with sage burning in their hands entered the room, allowing me to finally open my eyes. My mind went blank after that, and I woke up in a hospital a few days later. Apparently, my body put me into a short coma due to extreme induced shock. It should have no effect on my body, but shock like that will almost certainly leave PTSD. Not long after I was awake, I was approached by some very shady characters flashing me an FBI badge. They said what I had seen can never be spoken about again for my family's sake, and that the team that you heard about does not exist. I had to sign an NDA and was told to move on as if nothing happened, but every time I try to sleep, I hear her, feel her, sense her, and when I wake in a cold sweat, her final voice rattles my brain. "Don't worry, little one. Mommy will be with you. Mommy will always love you." Hi, my name is Jerry. I was just wondering if anyone has heard of this old fast food restaurant called McDimple's. I don't know if they had these in other cities or countries, but we had one in my hometown, Dingwall, a small town in the north of Scotland. I can't find anything about it online, and I'm wondering if any still exist or if anyone has ever been to one for a meal. I recently came back home to make arrangements for my dad's funeral, and saw the old boarded up building where it used to be. I always remember my dad would take me to the football games on weekends, and then we would go to McDimple's afterwards for a burger. It was the most blatant McDonald's ripoff ever, and as I got older I realized how cheap and nasty the place actually was. I never understood why my dad always took me there, although, thinking back, we were always struggling hard for money, and, well, he used to go there after the match with my older brother Mickey. Maybe that's why. He probably saw it as sentimental. I never really knew Mickey. He went missing in 1996. He was 11 years old, and I think I had only just turned 4. Unfortunately, he was never found, despite huge efforts by local law enforcement and the community. I do vaguely remember it being a tough time for all of us. My mom was constantly hysterical and my dad was always away. I was borderline neglected, but things got better with time. Then my mom died in a car accident in 1998 when I was 6. It was lucky my dad survived the collision. A report stated my mom's seatbelt failed. The clip was faulty or something, and she was ejected from the car. I still remember my teacher actually taking me out of school and driving me to the hospital. My dad had 2 passions in life: football, more specifically Ross County FC, and gambling. He had a terrible gambling addiction for years. There were always arguments about money and gambling at my house, but I think he managed to keep a lid on it after a while. Before my mom's untimely death, I remember a long period of calm. I can only assume he was able to stop. After her death though, he went off the rails a bit, but he always made time for me, as much as I needed. He was never a bad father. He just had some problems. We all do. I think I was about 8 or 9 when I first went to McDimple's, but I never started going regularly until I was 10. That was when my dad bought me my first Ross County season ticket, and we went every second weekend. I remember as I got older the restaurant got gradually more seedy and I always felt uncomfortable inside. You would go in, order your meal from the almost zombified adolescent employee working at the front, who would punch it into a receipt and pass it through a hatch. Then within about 5 minutes, whatever you've ordered would be sitting in front of you. The service was super fast, but the food itself wasn't anything to write home about. If I remember correctly, they had the Big Stack, the Whooper, and the Chicken Club. Those were the 3 main burgers. Then you had the Smile Meal for kids and your generic cheeseburgers and chicken filet burgers and more. I always remember the toys in the Smile Meal box seemed to have been used or were sometimes broken. I think it was like every half hour or so, the mascot for the restaurant, Reggie McDimple, would appear to do the rounds of the tables, hopping about and making everyone feel just that little bit more uneasy. He was sort of a clown but had a big bulbous China doll looking face with 2 huge dimples, one on each cheek. His face did have some crude clown makeup, but it never looked very good. His clothes were red and black and slightly tattered looking. He would dance and prance around putting on a funny voice while attempting to make everyone laugh. Sometimes they would set up games, and the winner would get a tour of the kitchen and how everything works. Oh, and you would win a trip to the McDimple's factory the next day or something. I can't really remember how it was all set up, but I do remember if you lost he would put his fingers in the dimples on his mask, twist them back and forth and say something like, "Aw, gee," or "Aw, shucks, better luck next time," in an American accent, followed by this horrendous shrill annoying laugh. I know that because I lost a lot. He would come right up to your face and you could see the bottom jaw of the mask was a little loose, so it would move up and down slightly when he spoke. It creeped me out every time without fail. My dad would always encourage me to play the games. I was quite shy and I think he wanted me to try new things and meet some friends. I was never any good. I could tell he was disappointed that I could never win any of the games, but I knew he wouldn't hold it against me. The staff were never up to much. In my older age, I would honestly say they all looked like they were on drugs. When I was just a child, I remember asking why they were all tired looking. I never did find out why it closed down. It was always extremely busy, but I do remember when it closed, because the day before was the first and only time I had won one of the games. I vividly remember my dad being so excited to go to the McDimple's factory, and how crushed he was when we got to the restaurant and it was completely boarded up. He took it really hard. I remember thinking, it's just a restaurant. But then he did spend a lot of time here with my brother Mickey. Anyway, I was just wondering if anyone else had heard of it, or has ever been unfortunate enough to eat in one of them. I'm just sorting through my dad's old documents in case there's anything that needs kept. So if you could let me know in the comments if you have ever heard of. Wait, what the heck is this? Sorry, I've just found something. Oh my god. The box has a bunch of letters from the bank about the repossession of my dad's house, bankruptcy documents, and letters of correspondence from an insurance agency, a whole load of stuff about my mom's accident, investigation reports, statements, a payment plan. Mr. Brown, you have opted for a lump sum payment of £125,000. What the fuck? 125 grand. And we were constantly struggling for money. Why was I never told about any of this? Where did all this money go? There's more. A squinted, grainy photocopy of a handwritten contract of some sort. Dated 1996. It's difficult to read. From what I can make out, it has details about some kind of deal, meeting places, times for transportation of goods. This doesn't make any sense. I can just make out the bottom part of the note. Michael Brown to be dropped off at the restaurant back door at 7 a.m. £50,000 cash will be dropped off at your residence by midday on the same day, in a brown leather single-strapped bag. I just noticed the partial logo at the top of the headed letter that reads McDin. What does this mean? Surely this doesn't mean I'm so confused right now. There's newspaper clippings about Mickey's disappearance. Loads of them. What's this? More McDimples headed letters. A few dated random years. 1997, 1999, 2000, 2002. Another photocopied contract type letter. Much of the same details. Meeting places and more. One crucial detail has just caught my eye. My name, Jerry Brown, to be dropped at restaurant back door by 8 in the morning. £75,000 cash will be dropped at your residence by noon of the same day. Underneath were more newspaper clippings. I felt like I was swallowing a brick. Looking at the words on the clippings has made my insides rattle with fear. The newspaper clippings told a deeply troubling story. The Rossshire Journal. Local fast food restaurant McDimples has been raided in the early hours of this morning. I looked up from the box and swallowed the pool of saliva collecting in my mouth. I looked at part of the article. Evidence of child trafficking has led police to popular fast food restaurant McDimples, which has now been under surveillance for several months. I quickly grabbed another, and another, looking at the headlines. McDimples trafficking scandal. McDimples owner disappears after link to child trafficking discovered. Police raid McDimples restaurant linked to trafficking children. I read the article of the last one. An ex-employee who was able to escape the clutches of the McDimples restaurant owner told our reporter how he kept the staff drugged and dependent on him. The ex-staff member, who wishes to remain anonymous, told of unspeakable beatings and torture if they ever stepped out of line. She went on to say how Reggie McDimple, not his real name, would have scores of struggling parents come to his restaurant, ready and willing to offer their children for thousands of pounds. They would organize games for the kids where the winner would then be taken to be sold, and the parents given large sums of money. The owner of the restaurant has gone on the run and has yet to be located. I felt sick. Was my dad selling us? Did he sell Mickey to this guy or this group? Whatever they were, it's made me wonder if my mom's seatbelt really did fail, or if he unclipped it before crashing deliberately. Why? How could he possibly do something like this? All for money. All so he could gamble some more. No doubt. Now I understand why he was disappointed when I couldn't win any of the games. Why he was devastated when we went back there that morning. He was taking me down to collect his money and send me away to be sold. Thank God the police got there before we did. Hey, I'm not sure if this story is interesting, but I wanted to share. I am a 35-year-old woman who works comfortably in an office job. I have a nice home. I hang out with friends. I work out and make up excuses as to why I can't work out today but definitely will tomorrow. I'm mostly normal, average even. I'm not fishing for compliments. I just know what I am, but I cannot keep a guy around. I didn't even know how to start meeting good guys until a few years ago with the boom of the dating apps. Just in case this is being read years in the future, but in the mid-2010 seconds it became totally normal to meet people online for all various levels of intimacy. You want a simple date? There's an app. You want a full-on relationship? There's an app. You want to just hook up? No worries. There's an app. All up and down the line, and most of the time it was alright. Occasionally you'd find someone who was looking for more or less than you, but most of the time it was just fine. The worst, of course, were the liars and the lunatics. I had to deal with a lot of 5'6" guys telling me they were over 6 feet tall. A lot of guys using photos from their high school years when their hair was beautiful and the chins were singular. Not that I have an issue with any of these, just don't try to hide it. Now, just so you know about me, I'm a normal looking girl. I'm not going to turn heads and I'm not going to make you divert your eyes in disgust. Like most women, I wish I was taller, thinner, had better boobs and a bigger ass, but I also love to eat and not work out. So you know, what can I expect? See, I'm honest. After striking out a few times, I'd even have some friends look at my profiles. They'd try to jazz it up, but I wanted people to know what they were getting. I'm an average girl with an appetite for life who doesn't want to be alone anymore. Then of course, you had the straight-up lunatics. I've had several dates where guys were mostly interested in seeing my toes. One was interested in putting my toes in his ears. One man asked if I could record myself snoring. A few really just wanted to have sex in the bathroom. One wanted to have sex on the bar. I said no to all of those things. I'm not here to yuck anyone's fun. It's just that is a lot for a first date with a stranger, and I don't mind the random one-offs, but those can be costly. Too many of those can weigh you down. You know, the whole dating experience wasn't all awful. I had a few great ones. First there was Sam. He was so sweet. We went out and immediately hit it off. He took me bowling, which was surprisingly fun. He was kind and cute. I took him back to my place and had my way with him. He was amazing and really showed me how great these apps can be. But that lasted about a week. Then he was just gone, and I was alone again. Which brings me to Bill. Bill was a rough one. On our date, he took me to honest to goodness rodeo bar. We drank too much and tried the mechanical bull. The thing launched my ass almost immediately. Bill lasted for a while and then went down hard. He fractured his arm right there, but he didn't want the night to end. We went back to my place for dessert, but just like Sam, in a few weeks, he was gone. These were two of several success stories, but that's not why you're here. You want me to go back to the lunatics, so here's the worst one. John was your average liar and lunatic. His profile said he had an explosive personality. His photo said he had lots of hair and a beard and muscles. All of this was false. We went out to eat at an average restaurant. He ordered a forgettable meal and drank table water with it. He essentially looked and acted like a Lego person. Just a blank nothing with some stray hairs around the top. The date was going nowhere fast. He didn't ask any questions and all of mine received one-word answers. He walked me to my car and I quickly slipped in, saying bye as I drove off. That was supposed to be the end of the date. I went home and drank half a bottle of wine and passed out in my bed with my vibrator. I woke up hours later to the sounds of pans clanging in my kitchen. I shot up out of bed and went downstairs. The house was dark and I could feel my skin crawling, like I knew something was wrong before I knew what was wrong. The kitchen light was on and it smelled like bacon. My kitchen is small. You walk in and there's an island in the middle with cabinets underneath. On the other side is the stove, the fridge, and John cooking something. John was wearing only my apron and cooking bacon. His lower half was covered by my kitchen island, but I could tell there was nothing else on him. "Hello," I muttered. I should have screamed something more threatening, but the whole situation was so surreal. "Honey, you're awake." He turned and smiled. "I was about to wake you, sleepyhead. I wouldn't want you missing today." His smile never broke even when he shouted as he went back to cooking. I felt like I was dreaming. "It's 2 a.m. John, what are you doing here? Wait, how do you know where I live? I wish that I had a weapon. My vibrator, a bra on, anything." "Haha, honey, you're killing me. What am I doing here? This is my house. Where else would I be? Would you like some juice?" Sure enough, there was a glass that resembled orange juice on the island. I didn't keep juice in the house. Okay, funny joke. I started to approach him when slam. He whacked my skillet onto the counter so hard he cracked the tile. "I work so hard for this family. Here I am, making you breakfast on our 35th wedding anniversary, and you cannot even sit and drink your juice," he shouted. His face was turning red, but his smile never faded. "I cannot believe you made me raise my voice like that." He returned to his usual tone, especially in front of Tiffany. "Who the hell is Tiffany?" I shouted. "Haha, honey, you're a riot. Don't tell me you forgot today was our daughter's birthday." John took his hand off the pan and reached down. He pulled up the body of a woman. She was very pretty and around my age. She was clearly drugged as he flung her onto the kitchen island. She let out a soft groan. "Now, Tiffany, surely mommy is kidding. She knows today is a special day." He took out a knife and held it to Tiffany's neck. "Mommy knows today is special. and trying to leave the house today will make Daddy very unhappy." His smile never faded. "Now, Mommy, drink your juice." I did not want this woman to die in my kitchen. I also did not want to drink that definitely not juice. I walked up to my kitchen island. The bacon was burning at this point. I quickly tried to assess my situation. John was naked with my apron on. He had at least a knife. Tiffany was dressed and alive, but not completely with us. She was bound at the wrists and ankles. I was armed with my knowledge of my own home and abilities. That juice was definitely not juice. I walked up to the cup. My hands were honestly trembling, so me dropping it looked fairly natural. He froze and turned slowly, rage in his eyes, smile plastered to his face. "Sweetie," I cooed, trying to get ahead of the situation. "Can you stop cooking bacon? I don't like my food overcooked." His look softened. He looked at the near cremated scraps in my pan. He smacked his forehead playfully as if he forgot. "Duh." He chuckled. "Of course, honey, haha. Let me pour you a new drink." I walked around the island so I was next to him. He was fully erect under the apron. He went to get another glass. "I'll get the broom for the glass," I shouted. As I started to turn away, "You will sit the fuck down and do what you're told," he shouted. Tiffany groaned. "You hear that, honey? Tiffany doesn't like when Mom tries to leave Daddy." He placed a knife again on her neck. "And we don't want her to cry, do we?" I sat down at the island. "No, sweetie, we don't want that." He relaxed and went back to the oven. "You know, I can always go to." "Go," John shouted. "Why do you women always have to go? I'm trying to make a beautiful Christmas dinner, and everyone always wants to go." He threw the replacement glass against the wall. "Honey, it is a mess in here. Pick up the glass with your fingers while you still have them." I froze in shock. "Now," he screamed. I jumped and started to pick up the tiny shards of glass. I started to cry, not because of the pricks I got from the glass, but because I hated feeling this helpless. By the time I was done, John was standing over me. I tried to change the story. "Wow, sweetie, you really are such a big, strong man. You do such a great job providing for me and..." Fuck, I forgot her name. "Tiffany," he screamed. "How do you forget your own daughter's name? All of you bitches are so self-centered. Here I am, a nice guy who works hard, and I get nothing." He was now gripping Tiffany with one hand while lightly scraping the knife along her back. I'm glad she was barely conscious for this. I screamed again, trying to play along. "I did not want anyone to die in my kitchen. You have me in this beautiful house that you built." He stopped with the knife and took his hand off her. He never stopped smiling. "It's time for my present," he hissed. "For our anniversary." "No, it's my birthday," John again shouted. He went into a brief rage and sliced Tiffany's cheek. She started to wake up a bit. "I can't believe how awful of a wife you are. Do you know how many other women have died because they weren't special like you? So many." His face was blood red, but he never stopped smiling. "But you're just like all the others, and I need to teach you a lesson. I need to give you my present." He grabbed Tiffany by the hair and dragged her. He grabbed my hair and did the same. He opened the door to my pantry and slammed it shut. He dragged us into the living room, but a car drove by, illuminating the room for a moment. "No, not in here," he muttered. "Where can a man do some thinking around here?" he screamed. He started to rub his still hard dick on Tiffany's face through my apron. "The basement, sweetie, at the end of the hall," I stammered. "I know where my own basement is," he shouted back. He dragged me and Tiffany into my basement. He had trouble opening the heavy door, but he managed. I knew the game was almost up with him, and if something didn't happen soon, I would be dead. He kept muttering to himself about how underappreciated he is. After decades of hard work trying to build a family, this is how you treat me. I had one last move to pull. "Sweetie, we were just kidding. We didn't forget about your birthday. Your present is in your man cave." I indicated the door in the basement. He stopped holding the knife to Tiffany. who was starting to come around. He was puzzled, but then remembered his own sick fantasy and corrected himself. "Of course it is," he said pleasantly. He dragged us over to the door. "And this present better be everything I want." He caressed himself and licked the knife. "You will see, I don't want to ruin the surprise," I spat out. "Okay, let's go." As a family, he dragged us to the door. I want to always remember this perfect moment. He stopped talking when he opened the door. What the fuck? He let go of Tiffany and me and started to dry heave. The cold air of my walk-in freezer wafted over us, as did the smell. I took this opportunity to lunge, mouth open, and took a bite out of his throat. I gulped it down and he looked at me in shock. I grabbed what little hair he had left and yanked him back like a Pez dispenser. I took 2 more big bites out of his neck and let him fall to my floor. Like I said, I don't like my food overcooked. John clearly was not expecting to see the bodies of my previous dates. There were a few in there. Most of them have been eaten down to the bone, but I recognized Billy by his broken arm. As John convulsed gurgling blood, I took another bite out of his neck. I'm an emotional eater. I now had 2 problems. The first was that my freezer was getting full from these dates, and I hate to see food wasted. The second was Tiffany. While the poor girl should not have been dragged into this, she not only saw my pantry full of dead men but saw me eat a guy. As a feminist, I've never eaten a woman before, so I don't know what to do. Tiffany, who was now fully back with us, started to talk. "Okay," Tiffany muttered. "Now I understand why you didn't call the cops." I chuckled in acknowledgement. "I just want to go home," Tiffany said as she undid her bindings. "I didn't see anything. I don't know you and I don't know where I am. My name isn't Tiffany. You don't know me. We are strangers. I just worked with that guy. He used to leer at me every day. We had a company happy hour, and that dickless shit drugged me. He threw me in a trunk and called me Tiffany. I don't care what you do with him." She started to stand up. "Just let me leave. I will never come back. Swallow him whole if you can. No one will miss him." I remained silent, contemplating the ifs. She started to back away and then turned to run. She was still a little drugged, or she might have been faster. She made it to the stairs before I got her. I took her down swiftly and aggressively. I immediately bit her ankle tendon to keep her from running. I then dug into her midsection teeth first. I was so stuffed when she finally stopped squirming that I had to undo the drawstring on my PJs. I didn't want her to die in my kitchen. I didn't mind if she died in my basement. She knew John. Even if she didn't tell anyone right away, there's too much of a connection. If he gets reported missing and they reach out to people in the office, and if someone saw John and Tiffany leave and only one comes back, it could be enough to crack her. I would have to move, and how many houses have a storage freezer in their soundproof basement? In this economy, it would be a whole thing. Eating Tiffany just made things easier. Sorry, Tiffany, but you had to be dessert. I woke up the next morning in a haze. I was in a food coma and bloated as hell. Thankfully, it was Friday, so I had the whole weekend to meal prep. While cooking John, I rummaged through his wallet. I found a business card indicating that he worked in an office park across town. I drove his shitty car there, walked a few blocks, and then ordered a cab home. I'm sure John and Tiffany will be reported, but there's nothing to connect them back to me. Just like my other dates, I then spent the rest of the weekend cleaning and eating. John might have been the worst, but he tasted amazing. Even though I like to spread out my dates, every time I thought of what John did to me, I would eat more of him, even if I was already stuffed. Like I said, too many one-night stands can really weigh you down. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to work out. I also updated my online dating profile. I am now fully open to meeting up with women. Tiffany was also delicious, and the way I figured it as a feminist, I am an equal opportunity eater, and couples, for cheat days. Sure, I may be different, but at least I'm not a liar. I work for NASA as an astronomer, and there are certain things we keep hidden from the public. No, the Earth isn't flat, and aliens don't control the government. Fuck, I wish those were the case, as the truth is much, much worse. In 1993, the Hubble Space Telescope saw a star disappear. It didn't go supernova or die naturally, it simply went dark over the span of a few minutes. This star was already too faint to see with the naked eye, and ground-based telescopes had trouble picking it out from among the surrounding stars, so the event wasn't widely known to the public. At the time, we thought the most likely explanation was that a cloud of interstellar dust had drifted between Earth and the star, occluding it from view. It was noted and mostly forgotten about. In 2007, 2 more stars vanished. Due to the circumstances of this event, this was much more concerning. The 2 stars in question were part of a binary system, orbiting each other at a fairly close distance. If a cloud of interstellar dust was the culprit again, they would have both seemed to disappear simultaneously, or very close to it. Instead, both stars faded individually over a period of minutes, separated by a span of about 8 hours. This binary system was also about 15 light-years closer to Earth than the star that had previously disappeared in 1993. After carefully reviewing millions of Hubble images, 2 more stars were identified which had gone out in the years 1995 and 2002. These were all in the same stellar neighborhoods, only a handful of light years from each other. The only conclusion we could draw was that some unknown influence, traveling close to the speed of light, was shrouding or destroying these stars. Unfortunately, the Hubble wasn't sensitive enough to tell us any more than that. The James Webb Space Telescope first came online a few months ago, although official channels will tell you that it's still undergoing testing. We have been actively collecting data since early February. One of the first things we did was to aim the telescope at the regions of space occupied by the vanished stars. If they were being blocked by dust clouds, a hope some of us still held on to. The increased sensitivity of the JWST may have been able to see through them and confirm that the stars were still there. Unfortunately, we had no such luck. The first 3 stars that had disappeared were still completely dark. Gravitational wave detectors, though, soon found something odd. In all cases, not only were the stellar masses still present, but the amount of mass had actually increased. More sensitive observations had also detected a type of string, or web stretching through space connecting these now invisible stars. When we trained the telescope on the binary system that had vanished in 2007, which was the nearest point at which this phenomenon had so far been observed, there was finally enough ambient M-spectrum radiation left to try a mass spectrometer reading. If you're not aware, mass spectrometry is an incredibly useful process, whereby measuring the patterns of light wavelengths emitted or reflected by an object, we can learn tons of useful information, such as its temperature, speed and direction of movement, and chemical composition. The readings we got from the binary stars didn't make any sense, though. First of all, they were cold, almost as cold as the surrounding interstellar medium. Whatever had happened to these stars had snuffed them out completely, or somehow prevented their light from escaping. What was truly puzzling, however, were the emission lines returned by the mass spectrometer. Several familiar elements, such as hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and magnesium were identified, but these were few and far between. Most of the readings didn't correspond to any known chemical elements, and even seemed to defy what we knew about the physics of light, matter, and chemistry. This massive, star-spanning structure was primarily composed of materials that we didn't even have names for, and may not even have been matter as we understand it. Speculation ran rampant. Obviously, such a thing couldn't be a natural phenomenon. Finally, we had proof of extraterrestrial life. But what was this thing we had discovered, and for what purpose was it being built? The leading hypothesis was that we were looking at a series of Dyson shells, massive solar collectors built to completely envelop stars. In order to capture 100% of their energy output, such a concept had been envisioned in the early 20th century as a potential source of energy for an interstellar civilization. Ever since then, the idea had found its way into popular science fiction. The construction of these massive structures had actually been theorized to be one of the first signs of intelligent extraterrestrial life that we may someday detect. It seemed that day was today. The theory still didn't explain everything, though. First of all, there was the impossible speed with which the stars were covered. Constructing a Dyson shell from scratch in a matter of minutes was beyond even the wildest speculations of scientists and sci-fi writers. Then there were the mysterious filaments that connected the shells over distances of light years. No one had any idea what purpose these could serve, or how they could even be built. Everyone at NASA was fascinated by this mystery. In hindsight, we may have been better off if we had never discovered the truth. Less than a month ago, the JWST detected a series of unusual energy bursts emanating from interstellar space. These were occurring at the very edge of a star system approximately 12 light-years from the binary system that vanished in 2007. As we focused a telescope on this system, we soon determined that these were not natural phenomena either. The energy signatures, which were still flashing intermittently, matched what would be expected from thermonuclear and antimatter-based explosions, along with several other types of energies that we couldn't identify. These explosions, although still not visible to the naked eye on Earth, from that distance, were absolutely tremendous in magnitude, easily billions of times more powerful than any nuke that humanity could conceivably build. After experimenting with the telescope's settings, we were able to get a clearer picture of what was going on. The tip of one of the interstellar filaments that linked the Dyson system was passing through the Oort cloud of the distant star system, approaching its sun, and whoever lived there was fighting back. Their weapons were able to slow the thing's advance, shattering, breaking off, and vaporizing planet-sized chunks of the object, but it seemed to be rebuilding itself almost as fast as it was being destroyed. After less than a week, the explosion stopped. It seems that they had run out of ammunition. In the void between stars, we knew that these things traveled at nearly the speed of light, but as we watched it approach the inner star system, its pace slowed as it swelled in size, preparing to devour the system's star. We quickly trained the telescope's mirrors on the doomed sun. We were about to watch whatever this thing was blot out another star, but in real time. We all held our breath as we watched the projected image of the main sequence star, slightly larger than our own sun. At first, nothing seemed to be happening, but soon a small shadow appeared on the edge of the luminous orb, soon followed by another shadow, and then a third. The shadows began to converge, forming a strange yet somehow familiar pattern as they blocked out the star's light. "What are those?" one of my colleagues gasped. "They almost look like..." She paused, as if afraid to say the next word for fear of ridicule. I, however, had no such hesitancy. "Leaves," I said, my voice monotone. The situation was far too incredible to express any emotional reaction, even that of pure shock. "They look like leaves." We watched over a period of minutes, a web of shadowy outlines, matching the familiar shapes of oblong leaves and thin vines, proceeded to blot out the remaining light from the distant star. By that point, everyone in the room had realized the truth. The phenomenon we had been tracking for so many years wasn't some hyper-advanced alien megastructure. Hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and magnesium, some of the few familiar elements we had detected, they were all components of chlorophyll. It was a plant, an enormous plant that spanned across light years, and, much like terrestrial plants, it sought out light to fuel itself. The filaments connecting the stars across interstellar space were stems. It would grow in the direction of the nearest stars it sensed, completely enveloping them and then moving on. Any life inhabiting planets orbiting those stars would be left to freeze to death, or perhaps even worse, it was possible that the plant would devour those planets, to add to its mass as well. Everyone was silent as the telescope continued to gather data. Eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, a young astronomer spoke up from the far end of the room, addressing our supervisor. "Sir, we've begun to detect the formation of another tendril, leaving the system. Its vector is..." He gulped. He didn't need to say any more, but he did anyway. It's heading directly for our sun. How much time do we have? The supervisor replied grimly. Judging by the time lag, distance, properties, and previously observed speeds of this thing, I'd estimate no more than 27 years, sir. 27 years. We had just watched this galactic weed overwhelm a civilization that was, at the very least, thousands of years ahead of us technologically, and we had less than 3 decades. I'll probably be found in silence for posting this, but I don't care. I have to tell someone. I can't keep this a secret any longer. When the sun turns black and the world begins to freeze, at least you'll have some idea of what's going on. Small comfort it may be. I think I may die in this Airbnb. I don't know where my friends are. I don't even know where I am. None of us would have been able to afford this on our own. Even with 5 of us, it was still pricey. But to be fair, it was one hell of a house. It was 3 stories with dark scalloped siding. Paul had grown up in the area and had found the place. He'd heard all sorts of things about the place being haunted, and some of the dark history growing up, but it hadn't been open to the public back then. When we chose this town as our friendcation destination, he jumped at the chance to stay here. I was intrigued, but the prospect of staying somewhere haunted excited me a lot less than it did my friends. From the moment we walked in, Ada and I seemed to both pick up on vibes that unnerved us. As Katie, Diane, and Paul went room to room looking around excitedly, we both hung back and hovered closer to the front door. The house was beautiful, yes, but in a foreboding sort of way. The dark wood and stained glass windows meant that very little light truly filtered in, even in the peak daylight hours. The old floorboards protested our friends' steps as they explored the house. A door off to the side of the kitchen caught my attention, and I found myself drawn to it. Inside was a staircase. It was narrow and incredibly steep. You could only see a few steps before it rose out of our sight completely. It looked old, and to be honest, terrifying. Ada, want to join the tour? Paul shouted down to us. Paul guided us around like an expert, and told trivia about the house, even though he claimed he had never been here before. He talked about the place like it was an old friend. He was the newest one to our friend group, so I had only known him a few months, but this was the most excited I had ever seen him. The house was large enough for each of us to have our own room. I wasn't excited about that. The last thing my overactive imagination and I needed were a giant room to myself. Just as my eyes began to close that night, I thought I heard something move along the floor above me. It sounded like something large and wet and was being dragged along the floor. No, not being passively dragged. It was crawling. I could hear a faint mournful sighing sound through the grate on the wall. I turned on my phone and listened to some music to drown it out. It sounded like it was moaning now. I turned the music up louder, covered my head with the blanket. I burrowed my headphones into my ears deep enough to cause future hearing loss. If you can't hear it, it can't hurt you, right? Somehow, I did manage to fall asleep. I asked the others if they had had any odd experiences. It was just me. Paul looked excited. He had lots of questions. He truly was hoping the house was haunted. I just told him I heard footsteps. I felt like that made me sound less crazy than if I said I heard something crawling, crying out in the night. He looked at me with a sly smile, almost as if he knew I was lying. We spent the day in town and had an amazing time. Katie asked around about the house we were staying in. An older man at a little ice cream shop we visited told us he thought it was irresponsible and dangerous to rent the place out after what had happened there. It turns out a number of tragedies occurred there, from as recent as the owners before our Airbnb host, and then dating back to nearly 200 years earlier. He mentioned how he believed that enough suffering could result in opening a door and letting something in. "So you do think it's haunted?" Diane asked, her green eyes wide. She had been hanging on to the man's every word. "Well, I always thought haunted implied that a human passed on but never left." He scratched his chin, leaned in for effect, "But I don't think what walks those halls was ever human." His words hovered over me the rest of the day like a dark cloud. The sounds from upstairs continued on the second night. The wet slaps, followed by slow drags and cries above me, sickened me. I mentally nicknamed whatever was making those sounds the crawler, and immediately regretted it because giving it a name did not quell my fears. Damn my overactive imagination. I turned music on again. I woke up around midnight and the album had ended, but luckily, so had the disturbing sounds from upstairs. I heard voices coming from the living room area and figured I'd see if my friends were also being kept up too. There wasn't anyone there. It wasn't like I had just missed them. In this house, the creaky floor would have indicated their movement. I tried to quietly slide back to my room, my socks gliding across the smooth wooden floors. Not too long after I had closed the door, someone gently rapped their knuckles on my door. It was as if they had been steps behind me the whole time. But why hadn't I heard them? "Can I come in?" Katie whispered. I was so relieved. The house was really getting to me, and I was grateful for the company. Before I could even answer, she repeated herself, in a more creepy voice. "Can I come in? I want to show you something." She called out my name, but struggled to pronounce it like she'd never said it before. I froze. Sure, my name may not be all that common here, but we'd known each other for a decade. She always pronounced it with ease. At my lack of response, it sounded like she was pawing at the door. She let out a sound reminiscent of a wounded animal. I turned all the lights on in the room, and I spent the rest of my sleepless night trying to figure out how to tell my friends I wasn't going to spend another night here. I would still pay my portion, of course, but I was going to be staying in town tomorrow night. I smiled to myself thinking about it. Staying in town tomorrow, in a hotel. I'd have to use some of my savings, but it'd be worth it. The next morning, Paul stared at me transfixed. "Hey," he leaned towards me. "What was up with you last night? What? You came to my door. You kept trying to get me to come to the basement with you. Remember?" I had never gone to Paul's room. I was too busy with my own ordeal. Ada and Diane had similar stories when they came down. One of us came to their room and said something along the lines of, "Have you seen the basement yet? Let me show you," and tried to lead them down there. None of us opened the door. Diana, because she was tired and not in the mood to socialize. Paul, because he didn't know me that well and thought I was acting strange. Ada had the feeling that the visitor at her door was not one of us. Paul and Diana were excited by the seeming confirmation that our Airbnb was haunted. Ada stared at me, her face grim. As for Katie, well, she never came to breakfast at all. We had plans, and by noon Katie still hadn't come downstairs. I volunteered to check on her. I ascended the stairs, taking in the unique features of the house. Instead of an open space in the atrium on the third floor, there was a beautiful stained glass window. Placed horizontally, on the roof parallel, was a skylight where the sunlight filtered through. It cast red and purple swatches of light on the floor below. I had never seen anything like it before. I'm sure this won't come as a surprise to you, but Katie wasn't in her room. I heard steps above me on the third floor. I was much braver in the light of day, so I ascended the second flight of stairs and went room to room on the third floor. No one was there, but it was cold, much colder than the second or first floors. I went back to the second floor, trying to fight the urge to glance over my shoulder. I paused in front of the door of the room above mine where I'd heard the crawling and mournful wail the past 2 nights. I considered it for a moment, and decided to open it. It was locked. Part of me was relieved. While I was upstairs, our friends had checked around the grounds. The only places they hadn't checked was the basement and whatever was up the stairs in the kitchen. We had regrouped in the kitchen and stared at the dark, steep stairs. Paul said he would check the basement, if one of us could please take the kitchen stairs. The tight space made him nervous, he said. It seemed like a fair trade. After a moment of awkward silence, Diane volunteered to my immense relief. She was also the smallest of us, at a petite 5'1". Even then she still had to crawl on her hands and knees to ascend the stairs. We waited, heard her walk around above us, calling out for Katie. She was up there for a while. It sounded like the space was massive. My stomach dropped as I realized I heard 2 pairs of footsteps. one above my head and another further into the kitchen, but moving towards the person above me. "Diane," I hissed up the stairs frantically. No answer. I took a deep breath and prepared to ascend after her. Just as I had crawled up about 3 steps, someone moved to stand at the top, blocking the already limited light. "We're coming," Diane whispered. She had begun to crawl towards me, descending the steep stairs facing me, but on her hands and knees, her arms looked long, too long. In order to allow her to do so, she propelled herself towards me using those long, thin limbs. Her eyes glinted at me in the dim light. I yelped and took a backwards leap and nearly hit my head on the doorframe. I instinctively stood behind the tallest person in the kitchen, Ada, who had a couple of inches on me. Diane emerged. She was walking like a normal bipedal person. I must have imagined what I saw in the darkness. "Well," Paul asked, "was Katie up there?" Diane cracked her neck on each side, stared and smiled at each of us, like she was taking in each of our faces for the first time. She shook her head slowly. She gave me a smile unlike the one she flashed at Paul and Ada. She winked at me. She smelled of old things. She looked disheveled and walked stiffy. We looked around. The thing is, there was no door to the basement that we could find. Ada sent what we hoped was a nonchalant message that we all crafted together to the host, asking them where the basement was. We received the unsettling reply immediately. "There is no basement." Paul laughed at that. Diane smiled dreamily and stared up at the stained glass skylight. It was like she was in her own world ever since her stint up the small stairs. Ada and I looked at each other nervously. We went into town to see if anyone had seen Katie and spent the rest of the day searching for her. We sat together in silence. The large living room felt emptier with Katie missing. We stared at a pizza that none of us felt like eating. It looked like I was spending the night here again after all. I locked my door that night. I heard the wet dragging crawling sounds upstairs. I tried to not picture what the thing making the sounds must look like. At home, I always slept with a weighted blanket on me. It made me feel safe. With just a thin sheet and old quilt, I couldn't help but feel exposed here. At 3 in the morning, I awoke to moaning and scraping outside my door. "I need your help." I tried to place the voice. It was low, but sounded female. It wasn't Ada. It wasn't Katie. It didn't sound like Diane. "It's me, Diane." I didn't reply. The cadence was also odd. The doorknob turned, quickly and aggressively. I tried to remain silent, motionless. "I need your help. My skin, it's too tight. It doesn't fit." I sat up against the headboard with my hands over my mouth, focusing on breathing as quietly as possible as it pounded at the door. Eventually, the steps faded away. The next morning, Ada looked happy. She was practically beaming. I realized that she looked different. Ada always wore her meticulously applied cat-eye eyeliner and her purple lipstick, but this morning she had no makeup on. Her blue-black hair looked odd. Her bangs that were usually carefully styled and ended in a delicate point between her brows were hastily brushed off to one side. I had always admired how she presented herself, and wished I had the skill and patience. She didn't look bad this morning, but she didn't look like herself either. Diane and Paul hadn't come down. "I'm going to go look for the others," I whispered. "You should look up there," Ada whispered in the same husky foreign voice that I heard last night outside my door. She pointed to the kitchen stairs. I felt my throat tighten. No way." I shook my head quickly. She responded with a smile. I half expected her to leap at me or follow me on my search for Paul and Diane. Instead, she crawled back up those narrow, thin nightmare stairs, showing the same oddly proportioned dexterity that Diane had demonstrated the day before. I knocked on Paul's door nervously. It was also locked. I continued to knock until he came to the door. Groggy, he seemed mildly annoyed at the intrusion. He blocked the view into his room with his body. When I told him I couldn't find Diane, he told me he'd meet me downstairs. Diane was nowhere to be found. Ada had yet to come back down from the room above the kitchen. I could hear tearing and wet chewing sounds coming from up the stairs. I locked the door wordlessly. I tried to fight back the bile rising in my throat. I tried to tell Paul we needed to leave, while it was still daylight. I didn't want to leave our friends either, but we needed to come back with more people because something terrible was going on. We were outmatched. We were probably outnumbered. Paul tried to convince me to stay. Surely there was an explanation. We couldn't take the car and leave our friends here. He looked at me accusingly. I loved our friends too, but I wasn't going to spend another night in this place. I thought of the crawler upstairs behind its locked door, dragging its heavy body across the floor like wet meat, crying out in the darkness for who knows what. I thought of Diane's odd behavior and subsequent disappearance. I thought of Katie who had a crush on Paul. If she heard his voice outside her door, I'm sure she would have followed him. I thought of the thing that was likely wearing Ada's skin, eating something messily upstairs. I vaguely wondered if Paul and I were the only ones left. I told Paul I was leaving. As I was packing up, I felt a sharp blow, and everything went dark. I woke up in the basement. Turns out there was a basement after all. Katie was down here too. She seemed to be pinned to the wall by her wrists. Her eyes were glassy. She stared ahead, unblinking, pale. "Katie," I hissed at her. She weakly turned her head to me. She was wearing the same clothes she had on 2 days ago, makeup streaked down her cheeks. I was just relieved she was alive. I heard footsteps on the stairs. It was Paul. He was carrying an ice chest and a satchel of tools. I had never been happier to see him. He came to me, squatted by me, and patted me on the head like I was a child, beaming. "You're awake? Great. We've still got more mouths to feed." He rubbed his hands together excitedly. There was a kind of madness in his eyes. Despite all the terrifying things I'd experienced in this house, realizing that Paul was a part of whatever was happening was 10 times worse. The small remaining hope I had flickered out in that moment. While he fiddled with the tools, selecting something long and sharp-looking, I shifted and positioned my legs beneath me. As Paul approached me, I sprung up and ran towards him, hitting him hard with my shoulder. It seemed to take him by surprise, and I took advantage of his momentary confusion to pick up the ice chest, the only way I could with my hands bound by one handle, and swung it at him. It connected with a dull thud and he fell backwards. I turned towards Katie. Now I could see her legs. It was as if something had been gnawing at them. I could see bone peeking through her torn jeans. I knew I'd have to come back for her later. There was no way I could move her in her current state. I ran up the stairs and my heart sunk when I found I was in a part of the house I had never seen before. It looked older and lacked the meticulous care applied to restoring and cleaning the rest of the place. I wondered which of the many doors led out, but the fact that one door was nailed shut served to both further dash my hopes and answer that question. I limped through the dusty hallway. I found a room where light seeped through 2 small windows and locked the door. I have called the police. All I can do now is wait and hope I can either get one of the sealed windows open, or the police find me before Paul or one of the other residents do. I have been trapped here for too long. I can never forget the day I was taken. It was the dead of night. I had just killed my prey, a woman who had been foolish enough to wander into my home. I remember how happy I was that day, that I did not have to hunt. Instead, the food brought itself to me. If only I had known then that my delight would soon turn into terror. The men came into my home and overpowered me. There were 3 of them. They were large, much larger than the normal men I hunted. Perhaps in different circumstances, I would have killed and consumed them. But I was injured at the time. Not a grave injury, but it impeded me still. I had received the wound a week before, from a particularly resilient man. He had beat at my foot with a rock, damaging my ankle. Even as I straddled his chest, tearing his throat open, looking back, I still find myself appreciating the man's sheer will, but I appreciated his flesh much more. Even without the injury, the men would have been difficult to conquer. But not only that, they were carrying strange metal poles. They were warriors of some kind. The poles fired darts that struck me and made me drowsy. The men threw me into a metal carriage. That moved by means I knew not, and still do not know. It was within this carriage I lost consciousness. I awoke, I know not when, in a metal cage. I was still in a slight daze. There were men all over the place, all just as large as the 3 who had attacked me. Initially, I was ecstatic. I was surrounded by food, and I did not see any of the men who had taken me. These ones did not have any metal poles, so they were easy prey. But when I attempted to escape, I found myself unable to damage the cage in any way. I shrieked and roared and bashed at the cage. The men flinched in fear, and some pulled smaller metal objects from pouches at their hips. I drew myself to my full height, still towering above the men, despite them being larger than the ones I was accustomed to. I felt something hit me in my back, and I turned my head to see another dart had struck me. One of the men who had taken me had been behind me the whole time, on the other side of the cage, and he had fired another dart at me. Once again, I fell unconscious. When I awoke again, I was in a room. It was larger than the cage I had previously been, but this one did not offer the commodity of being able to see out of it. The walls were hard stone, and the door a harder metal. I tried to break out for hours, but I could not. I laid upon the ground, only thinking of my hunger. I was utterly ravenous. Whether it was morning, noon, or night, I had no way of knowing. All I knew was how famished I was. Even if only one day had passed since I had last eaten, it still would have been one day too many without food. My capture was regrettably my fault and mine alone. I had grown complacent. I was situated in a location with much prey, and I stayed for too long. I have lived for hundreds of years, and I have hunted in many places. I have preyed upon men of every color and creed. I have always hidden my tracks, and never stayed in one place for too long. But I was lulled into a false sense of security. My home, a deep cavern, was one I thought no man would find me in. I should have fled when that woman entered my home. If she could find her way in, of course warriors could. I curse my foolishness, but I must look forward. The past cannot be undone. All of this happened a while ago. I can only estimate the length of time that has passed. I assume it to be a fortnight. 1 fortnight, stuck in this prison. 1 fortnight too many. The men frequently take me from the room. They always do it the same way. A small part of the door is opened, and meat is thrown in. I devour it, for I am starving always. I am rendered comatose moments afterwards. They have poisoned the food. In the brief seconds before I am unconscious, I can see the door open and men enter. I always awake in the same room, but in a different position from where I fainted. I know the men are taking me somewhere and returning me. I know not where they are taking me, nor what they are doing to me. The only way to avoid this would be not to eat the meat, and that is no option at all. My hunger will not allow it. Sometimes the men try to speak to me. I can speak their simple language, of course, but I say nothing to them. I have no interest in doing so. Most of the time, the men leave me be. Sometimes, if I roar and bellow and strike at the walls too much, 5 men will enter the room and hit me with darts. I have attempted to attack them, but their strength is shocking. I have grown weak since I arrived here. The men wrap my injured foot in something. I am unsure of what it is, or what nefarious purpose it serves. I live in fear. I fear men I have preyed upon since I was created by the Great Spirit. Men who have feared me and indeed feared all Wendigos, now have made me feel fear. I fear their metal poles. I fear their size. I do not know why these ones are so big. I am ashamed of myself for feeling this way. It is as if I am their pet. I often wonder where they get the meat from. It is man meat, without a doubt. They tried to feed me other things, but I can only consume man meat. These men must kill and butcher their own kind to get it. Perhaps they consume other men as well. I shudder at the depravity of it. The thought of killing, or even worse, consuming my own kind, other Wendigos, makes me sick. I don't know what the people will do to me. I have heard a story of a Wendigo that was slaughtered by men. They chopped off his legs, then later cut him to small pieces. I imagine they will do something similar to me. I found paper in my room, so I write this message. I write it in my native tongue, which only Wendigos know, and is simply nonsensical gibberish to humans. I have no way of knowing where this message will go, but it is my only option. If any of my kind somehow finds this, please save me. I will forever be in your debt. Dr. K. Bowman. The preceding transcript was written by a man named Ned Terrell, Canadian, 2.05 meters tall, 34 years old, worked as a dentist. Him and his girlfriend went missing 3 months ago and were presumed dead. Mr. Terrell lived a normal life prior to his disappearance. He received a proper education, was never abused, never had mental health issues, or any sort of violent behavior. All of his friends and family spoke of him quite highly, until they were informed of his actions. Those who knew Mr. Terrell noted that he had always been quite fascinated with superstitions, legends, and mythological creatures. On multiple occasions, he would go on trips to attempt to find these supernatural beings. He has traveled to Scotland to look for the Loch Ness Monster, America to find several creatures including Bigfoot and Mothman, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore to find a Pontianak, as well as several other countries. His most recent interest was the Wendigo. The Wendigo is a Native American legend, but is quite well known in Canada as well. It is somewhat surprising that Mr. Terrell never went looking for the Wendigo earlier than he did. The stories behind the Wendigo vary quite a fair amount. It is typically said to be a spirit that possesses humans and drives them to cannibalism, but it's also said to be its own individual creature which consumes human beings. Some sources also say that humans who resort to cannibalism to survive turn into Wendigos. Wendigos, despite often being depicted as anthropomorphic deer-like creatures, are actually traditionally described as giant humanoids that smell extremely foul and can cause a chill, and in some iterations, a blizzard wherever they go. Mr. Terrell went looking for the Wendigo on April the 6th. He went with his girlfriend, Iris Hall, 31. They went to Ontario and explored deep into a forest that will remain unnamed. They informed their family and friends that they would be gone for at least a week, maybe a few days more. An extreme blizzard hit the area they were in, and their families were worried. After they still had not returned after 1 week and 5 days, they were reported as missing. After nearly a month of searching, they were not found and were declared dead. 2 weeks after this, it was noted that several children were reported missing from towns near the forest. 20 children in 4 days. They found the bodies of several of the missing children partially consumed. The worst was a 6-year-old boy, who I won't name out of respect for him and his family. I saw the body, and while I am not going to go into detail, I will note that the damage was so severe it was presumed that a bear had attacked him. Wildlife control was called in to reduce the animal population of any predators in the area. Well over 50 men were deployed and, over the course of the next couple of months, tranquilized and relocated dozens of wolves and bears, but the attacks never stopped or even slowed. While almost all the missing people were children, a very small number of adults also disappeared. 3 to be precise. 2 men, both aged 23, and 1 woman, aged 21. It is worth noting that all the adults who disappeared were extremely small in stature and could be mistaken for large children, as opposed to adults. Finally, 3 wildlife control rangers happened to cross a cave with several bodies surrounding it. They entered. Upon entering, they found Mr. Terrell. He was standing over the remains of a young girl, who has since been identified. She was 12 and was out for a hike when she passed by the cave and was taken. She lived about 2 hours away from the cave. Once again, I will not reveal her name. Due to Mr. Terrell recording everything he and his girlfriend did on the trip with an action camera, we know exactly what happened. The camera was found in the same cave as Mr. Terrell, and there are several videos recovered. The severely decomposed body of Iris Hall was also found. Videos 1 to 13. All are simply videos of Terrell and Hall exploring the wilderness. They come across as very likable, good-natured, and simply looking for fun. They kiss a lot, laugh a lot, and really love one another. In videos 8, 9, and 12, they speak about marriage and children. Video 14. After about a week of exploring, Terrell and Hall are ready to head back to civilization. Unfortunately, one of the worst blizzards in history occurred on that day. It would last for several weeks. Weather reports cite the temperature as dropping to -33 degrees Celsius. They took shelter in a cave. They are still extremely upbeat and perfectly composed. They had camping equipment and still had enough supplies for another few days. They make a few jokes, set up a small camp slightly far away from the mouth of the cave, then turn the camera off. Video 15. A video of Terrell and Hall exploring the cave. It is quite large. Terrell mentions the Wendigo and says it might be in there with them. He says that the cannibalism aspect of the Wendigo is what disturbs him the most, and that the very thought of it makes him somewhat dizzy. Hall questions how a human could sink to such depths. The video cuts off abruptly for no reason, presumably a malfunction. Video 16. Another video of the duo exploring the cave. Iris suddenly slips and screams. Terrell rushes towards her. He carries her back to the camp. He pulls the camera off his head. It ends up face down in the dirt. The video lasts for several hours before turning off, presumably due to the camera running out of battery. Video 17. Terrell facing the camera. He is noticeably upset. He remarks that Hall's leg is severely injured, the blizzard's still going on, and their food is gone. He says he doesn't recall eating any, and Iris doesn't either. He stares blankly at something off screen for several seconds, then turns the camera off. Video 18. A goodbye video from Terrell and a barely conscious Hall. Only the upper half of Hall can be seen due to the lower half of her being covered by a blanket. It is impossible to know the extent of the injury she suffered from. Given how much blood is on the blanket, it can only be assumed it is very severe. The two genuinely think they are going to die. Video 19. Another video with Terrell facing the camera. He is scarily thin now. Skin like paper, sunken cheeks, blank expression. He says the blizzard has been going on for a long time and shows no signs of stopping. He remarks that he is starving to death. He talks about the Wendigo and mutters something under his breath. The word cannibalism is barely audible. Once again, he looks at something off camera. He turns the video off. Video 19 is the final video, but we can easily deduce what happens. Left with no choice, Mr. Terrell cannibalizes Iris Hall. He has a psychotic breakdown. He cannot live with being a cannibal, and to save himself, convinces himself that he is not a cannibal. He is a Wendigo, and eating humans is simply something he must do. The blizzard ends approximately 6 hours after this. Terrell begins his murder spree. I would now like to cross-reference the story Mr. Terrell wrote with facts that actually occurred. The note was written in French, Mr. Terrell's first language. Firstly, he calls the people he killed men and women, despite them all being children. He also said that the men who took him were much larger than the ones he normally hunted. Of course, this is due to the former being adults. He may have done this to lessen his guilt. He hunted exclusively children due to how easy they are to capture. Upon finding Mr. Terrell, the Rangers panicked and tranquilized Mr. Terrell. Despite being injected with enough tranquilizer to kill an average male, he survived. They threw him into a truck meant for animals, and immediately drove to the nearest police station. He was placed in a holding cell. When he awoke, he attacked the bars of the cell. One wildlife control ranger was still present to give a statement to the police. He still had his tranq rifle with him, and shot Mr. Terrell yet again, due to the panic he was in. He was not charged for anything, as it was a rather understandable reaction. After the holding cell, Mr. Terrell was later transferred directly to our mental facility and is currently locked in a room just down the hall. The process of getting him in here was a little scuffed, but we made it happen. We had to. He is without a doubt the most dangerous patient I've ever seen, but also the most fascinating. We feed him exclusively pork, as he spits out anything else we give him. I find it rather interesting that Mr. Terrell called the tranq rifles metal poles and the truck a metal carriage. Without a doubt, he knows what guns and trucks are. He seems to feign ignorance about many things. For instance, not knowing how much time has passed. There is a clock in his room. This shows how far his delusion goes. He has convinced himself that he knows nothing about human technology. Why would he? He's a Wendigo. He also said that he had a foot injury from being hit with a rock. While he did have a hairline fracture, it was nothing major. We gave him a cast. He doesn't seem very fond of it. We do frequently remove Mr. Terrell from his room, but only so we can clean him. He won't do it himself, even though his room has a bathroom. Not to mention we have to treat his infections and injuries. Living in a cave and eating people for a couple of months is not good for you. As for the sheet of paper he wrote on, I had it placed in his room today. Why? Sometimes people write down exactly what's wrong with them. Terrell will stay locked up for the rest of his life, and probably die still thinking he's a Wendigo. Nothing anyone has said or done can convince him otherwise. Myself, other doctors, and his friends and family. At least, the few friends and family still willing to see him. Terrell doesn't respond to anything we say. He's pretending not to understand us. We have come to the end of the story of Ned Terrell. Well, maybe not quite. He's already turned into an urban legend. And someday, someone will probably make one of those serial killer documentaries about him. And after that, a horror movie that'll say based on true events. It'll probably be called The Canadian Cannibal, or something equally as tasteless. Another thing, Terrell is not entirely unique. Wendigo psychosis, a condition which causes humans to resort to cannibalism, has been observed before. To my knowledge, however, no case of it has ever been officially studied. I believe Terrell will be the first. Although we should probably rename the ailment to Terrell's disorder, or something along those lines. He is simply an insane man, that is all. Certainly not possessed by an evil spirit of any kind. I mean, come on, Wendigos, there's no such thing. Now if you'll excuse me, I must shut my windows. The temperature just took an absolute dive. It's rather chilly now. I think there's a blizzard coming in. Welcome viewers or listeners. This is a message recorded by Michael Rubin, the head of IPO, regarding the tape or transcript you are about to view or listen to. This is federal level intelligence, not to be shared elsewhere, not even by word. Those who view or listen to the following media are legally bound to a non-disclosure agreement. Those who infringe upon this ruling will be pursued in the court of law by IPO and the government of the location of the viewer. This is an automated message. To those who may listen to this audio, be warned that it may cause distress or negative reaction out of individuals. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. This audio has been converted to a transcript for viewing purposes. Activity Log 1. This is Unit 14. Dr. Louise Bryce recording Day 1 data and research log. I am Louise Bryce, born in Columbus, Ohio. I have a master's degree in marine biology, a bachelor's in biomechanics, alongside experience in working with new species and their discovery. I have been chosen carefully for this mission, which will be referred to as Project Sepnus. I am currently stationed in a habitat designed to withstand extreme pressure at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. I am currently over 35,000 feet below the surface of the ocean, surrounded completely by darkness. The fall has lightly damaged the interior of my habitat but will be repairable and habitable nonetheless. This recording will be the end of Day 1 for me. I have been here for over 6 hours and am excited to explore the depths. The purpose of Project Sepnus is to explore and investigate the depths of the trench, hoping to discover new chemical and medical-related properties along the way. Tomorrow is the beginning of a new dawn, the first time anyone will ever swim in water this deep. My equipment includes a temperature-powered hyper-bright flashlight, multiple tools for self-protection as well as a collection of samples in a syntactic foam bodysuit, allowing me to withstand the pressures of the water around me. Updates will continue as follows. Day 2, Week 1, Month 1, Month 2, Month 3 and so forth until I feel that my exploration has reached its limits. End communication. Activity Log 2. This is Unit 14. Dr. Louise Bryce recording Day 7 data and research log. The week has been rather eventful and has shown great potential in our discoveries. I explored the area surrounding me, including the hydrothermal vents scattered around my location. The location of the habitat is approximately 40 meters from the true depth of the trench. I am sitting at exactly 35,127 feet of depth, overlooking the maximum depth of 36,201 feet. My area of exploration has proved fruitful to our expectations, verifying multiple hypotheses about the pressure's effect on minerals and organisms alike. I have discovered multiple new species of flora and fauna, which have proved to have extremely interesting ways of adapting to pressure and temperature change. Multiple flora have shown signs of developing defense mechanisms to prevent their own consumption from surrounding fauna. I am yet to receive any transmission for naming anything but will refer to most flora and fauna by my own made-up and simplistic names for the time being. The most interesting of the flora would have to be what I will call Batras. Batras take on an appearance like that of a sunflower, but with rather flashy colors, including multiple shades of neon variants with its bioluminescence. These flora have extremely short stems, with thick and strong roots clinging to the ocean floor below. None show signs of horizontal growth, gaining some sort of energy by facing the surface exclusively. These flora have an active defense system, working as a stabbing mechanism to any possible approaching predators. I nearly learned the hard way upon approaching it and will continue to practice more safe approaches while examining these beings. The first fauna I have come across will be referred to as Warians. These passive vegetarian faunas tend to stick to the ocean floor, feeding on the bacteria and microorganisms that stay on it. These creatures are clearly the bottom feeders in this ecosystem, as I've found their remains in multiple locations surrounding the habitat. These creatures have a transparent, membrane-like layer of skin covering basic organs and cartilage-like bones. Their skin is made to specifically avoid reflecting any light, allowing itself to hide from whatever preys on it. Before I end the communication, I'd also like to share my findings of something rather odd. When inspecting the hydrovents, a loud rumbling could be heard closer to the maximum depth, and the cliff that overlooks it. I am completely unaware of its origin, but it can be heard in consistent pulses when near the edge. I will update the activity log on my findings as I progress through this ecosystem. End communication. Activity Log 3. This is Unit 14. Dr. Louise Bryce recording Day 30 data and research log. I have discovered multiple sets of organisms, and am beginning to form a full food chain for the trench. In brief explanations, I have found 3 different flora and 6 fauna. The 3 flora will remain nameless as they perform simple but surprisingly beneficial tasks. The 3 flora seem to convert nitrogen and sulfur into beneficial bacteria and nutrients through a filter-like function located in what appears to be an aquatic flower. I have gathered multiple samples of these unidentified nutrients as well as taken seeds from each plant found. The fauna all have basic functions in this ecosystem, mostly playing the role of basic predator and prey. The most notable have been the only 2 predators found thus far. The first predator will be referred to as the Mary Shark. Named after this trench, this predator uses its triangular fins to push itself off the ocean floor. The Mary Shark possesses a crimson and gray color, invulnerable to light and appearing in mixed patches over its thick body. This appearance and behavior are used to corner or attack fauna, using a goblin shark-like jaw to launch its short, barbed teeth at prey. This fauna has been found most commonly around a full length of 9 feet and appears to be uninterested in my presence. I discovered this fauna as a carcass at first, clearly falling victim to a much bigger predator. The second predator discovered will be referred to as a sea raven. This ray-like predator sends gusts of water towards its prey in order to disorient it. It tends to swim wherever it feels fit, not sticking to a consistent location. This creature has also been seen laying eggs near different flora, not having any specific reproductive parts. To follow up on the pulses near the edge, the rumbling is beginning to grow louder. The depth of the noise itself is causing vibrations on the edge of the cliff, being the reasoning behind a near-death experience. As the rumbling grew louder, the structure below me began to crumble, nearly expelling me into the depth itself. I will continue to explore the cause of the rumbling. End communication. Activity log 4. This is Unit 14. Dr. Louise Bryce recording Day 60 data and research log. I have discovered multiple new flora of minor significance alongside 2 and a possible third fauna. The rumbling has grown loud enough that I can hear it 30 feet away from the cliff, vibrating the flora around me. The habitat is beginning to grow multiple different species of flora on its exterior, which resulted in a requirement for basic maintenance in order to keep the lights going. Aside from adaptive flora, I have discovered something alarming yet intriguing. Across the cliff, I can see what appears to be a set of lights like mine, as well as a larger light hanging into the depth. The darkness shouldn't allow this, but it's clearly something worth exploring. Alongside the lights, the habitat's surroundings are showing signs of possible human contact in the past. Multiple scratches and patterns can be found along the walls of the trench, showing odd signals and what could possibly be lettering. The 2 fauna discovered are both of a neutral hostility class, being omnivores as well as one showing the signs of mammal birthing patterns. This first new species of aquatic life could very well mean a source for cloning or reproductive revelations. And the creature is beautiful. This creature will be referred to as Hamas. With a tough hide of scales, Hamas have a rather intimidating appearance, complete with short fangs and claw-like appendages and random numbers sprouting from the abdomen. The most appendages seen on an adult Hamas were what I have counted to be 13. These creatures can grow up to 26 feet long and are completely passive to my presence. The second fauna has... My apologies, it sounded as if something were knocking on the habitat. I'll just skip to the possible third fauna. This creature was spotted swimming directly above the habitat upon returning from more exploration. It seemed to be directly hostile to anything around it, tearing the carcass of a sea raven to pieces. It made odd squeaking and rattling noises while eating, being larger than the habitat itself. For reference, the habitat is approximately 10 feet tall, with 2 rooms dedicated to my living and experiments. The creature sat on the experimental habitat, draping what appeared to be a thick tail over the window of the room. It had black coloring with spots of white along its hide and could very well be over 80 feet long. I slowly approached the habitat, unaware of what could possibly happen upon being noticed. In regards to the lights across the cliff, they stand in the same location, still without any features. The rumbling has slowed its pace slightly, however now sending visible ripples into the water above it. End communication. Activity log 5. This is Unit 14. Dr. Louise Bryce recording Day 93 data and research log. It has been a rather eventful past month, with multiple happenings that could very well affect my own safety. Soon after recording last month's log, the habitat was blocked in by the creature I'd seen before. I have now seen its face and can now confirm that this creature has to be the apex predator of this trench. After approaching the habitat, I hid from the view of the window and watched through my hiding spot as it appeared to investigate my location. The creature's face has a sloped, cylinder-like connection to its body, like that of an eel. Its face is composed of a massive mouth that extends in a humanoid way across the face, containing God knows how many teeth. The creature also showed some form of unorthodox senses, appearing to be listening or smelling with a large flap of skin extending around the base of its face, folding out into a direct sphere to possibly intimidate prey. Next to the two black eyes it possesses are two bioluminescent spots, appearing to even project an actual light into its surroundings. Needless to say, this creature poses a threat to my location and my own safety. I have limited some exploration due to this circumstance but have done further discoveries on bacteria and other organisms. Upon taking fauna into the habitat, their forms have changed drastically. I have sent pictures through transmission and have received proper instruction on how to proceed with sampling. I have discovered some of the fauna to be edible and some to even contain psychedelic effects on the human mind. Some of these effects are audible and visual hallucination, extreme visualization of surrounding audio, and basic disorientation. After consuming Warians, these effects have been present in myself. They wear off after about 7 hours, but leave for a hungover state, including headaches and body pain. The most common hallucinations experienced were lights passing through the window, as well as knocking on the habitat. I am requesting immediate dismissal after I send my next transmission. End communication. Activity Log 6. This is Unit 14. Dr. Louise Bryce recording Day 94 data and research log. I have finished my exploration and am requesting extraction and dismissal from my post here. I have not received transmissions from my PO in over 2 weeks, and am unaware of the reasoning behind the lack of communication, but worry for my safety. I will be sending 2 more activity logs to ensure my extraction is in progress, and unintelligible deep vocalizing from unknown source. Communication. Activity Log 7. This is Unit 14. Dr. Louise Bryce recording Day 95 data and research log. I still await extraction but will continue to inform you of the happenings. I left the habitat soon after the last log and discovered something odd. 2 of the lights on the other side are now completely non-existent, only having the presence of the middle one left. Alongside this, the sudden intensity of the growling, knocking on habitat can be heard in distance. What the hell is that? I'm not just hearing things, am I? I could have sworn I heard some knocking from behind me. Regardless, the rumbling is now growing in intensity, and is beginning to show signs of a possible intelligent life form providing the source of it. The growling has been forming full words with Morse code, none having any significance to my location. I will send another activity log tomorrow, with a full record of the Morse code, and growling Morse code translating to abandoned communication. Activity Log 8, this is Unit 14. Dr. Louise Bryce recording Day 96 data and research log. I yet again await extraction but will continue to inform you of the happenings. The 3rd light is now missing from across the depth. I am completely unaware of its whereabouts but am beginning to grow paranoid about its connection to the growl. As I discovered the light going out, the Morse code began to become even faster. Upon the first day, I was able to record the following words and numbers. Grass needs 13 deceased market. I am completely unaware of the meaning behind the words, but more has been said and show meaning. Abandoned light deep 13. 13. 13. The number 13 was repeated 3 times, alongside the numbers 1 through 14 being repeated 4 times. 2 of these words apply to the current situation, guaranteeing intelligent life forms creating these noises, those words being light and deep. I will update you once more tomorrow, that is if you're on your way. End communication. Activity Log 9. This is Unit 14 and I'm starting to get really pissed off. Where the hell are you guys? You told me this was a 2-way mission and I'm starting to think it was a load of bullshit. Look, I'm sorry to be rude here, but my safety is at risk. The lights are back again but I'm not sure how. This time they are appearing far closer, almost as if they're floating over the cliff. They are fully visible from the window of the habitat, shining over the edge of the full depth. The growling has completely paused for some reason and, oh my god, What in the hell? The lights are gone again. They keep randomly disappearing without control. I'm in no mood to investigate, but I'll watch. Knocking can be heard from different spots of the habitat. Since this is an audio recording, you can't see what I'm seeing, but it's really weird. The lights are flickering in the habitat, but in a really weird way. Oh no. End communication. Activity log 10. This is Unit 14 requesting immediate help and extraction. Sobbing. It's staring through the window and hasn't moved all day. I've kept the lights off after the flickering and can only see because of the bioluminescence. Please come get me, I'm begging. Please send someone, please. Please, I'll do anything. Sobbing intensifies. Please, I have a family. I just want to see my wife again. Please. Deep growling pulses twice. Please help me, I just want to go home. Sobbing stops, gasping begins. In a whisper, its lights went out and I don't know why. Please come help. End. Growling Morse code translating to left US 13 abandoned. Communication. Activity log 11. This is Unit 14. It's now day 99. The creature is still in its same spot, waiting for me to do something. It knows I'm here. You rich assholes just send us in to do your dirty work. Tell us you'll bring us back out once we're done. But you lied. This was a sham from the beginning. You don't care about your workers. You leave us to die. Sobbing. I was supposed to help the world and share my findings to revolutionize medicine. You liars. You lied to me and I am gonna die down here. Sobbing intensifies. It heard me. I'm dead. It moved away from the habitat, but it's coming back. There's no doubt in my mind. Growling starts Morse code again. The growling's back. It's saying something. It's saying, 13 of us. What on earth does that mean? 13 of us. It's saying something else. Hold on. It said, number 14. Number 14. Unit 14. Wait, 13 of us. It all makes sense now. I am the 14th poor bastard you've sent down here. Do you just wait for us to die and move on to the next candidate? I'm never getting out of here. Sobbing. Please just kill me. Come back already. I can't take it anymore. Knocking on habitat. I've had it. What is that damn knocking noise? I'm going to the window. Oh my god, there are carcasses stacked outside of the habitat. That's what the knocking has been. Body parts. Human body parts. Unit 7. Unit 3. They're all here. Louder bump. It's come back. Crashing and screaming. Communication ended. Transcript ended. Please remove the disk. Transcript ended. Please remove the disk. I should probably introduce myself before getting into it. My name is Kelly and I'm a bit of a night owl. I work the evening shift at a gas station and usually don't get off till around midnight. Ever since I started there, I have found myself staying up later. Once you've gotten over that fear of the dark, nighttime can actually be really peaceful. There's no one to bother you, no non-stop noise from every direction, and no sun to bake and blind you. It's just you and the quiet contentment of a sleeping world. Of course, it's not like I'm out wandering the streets at night. I'm not that crazy, but just taking in the night from my apartment is really nice. At least it was, until one night a week ago. I had gotten off particularly late that night and didn't make it back home till around 1:30. I made something to eat before booting up my PC for a casual gaming session till sunrise. Around 4 in the morning, I took a break from getting my ass handed to me by Godric. It took me like 30 tries to beat him, and went to get a snack. While I was scrounging through my fridge though, I noticed something. There was a faint buzzing sound coming from somewhere nearby, like a broken air conditioner or an untuned radio. I checked every inch of my apartment, which really isn't saying much, but couldn't find out where it was coming from. I noticed something else in my search. Everything seemed kind of fuzzy, almost pixelated. It was like this thin film that hung in the air and was almost impossible to focus on. It was equally impossible to unsee though, kind of like manual breathing or something like that. Thinking it was just some weird eye stuff, I went to my window to see if it was like that outside too. When I pulled back the curtain though, I was met with nothing but a wall of black and white static. It was like someone had pressed a TV up to my window and switched it to the wrong channel. Wisps of it bled through the corners of the window, like tendrils reaching out to grab me. I quickly dropped the curtains, before retreating to the stalwart defenses of my bed. I was so shaken up that all I could do was sit there and watch it bleed through the gaps in the curtains. The buzzing sound had grown louder too, becoming more like white noise. By now, the whole room swam with static, pulsing and withdrawing on the whims of some unknown current, and I was drowning in it. I could hardly keep my eyes open without getting dizzy. At some point I just put my headphones in to block out the noise and buried my face in my pillow. I woke up early in the afternoon with a killer headache. The static had completely disappeared, leaving me to chalk it all up as a hallucination. Of course that's worrying in and of itself, but it was better than having no explanation at all. I went through my day like normal, worked, came home, and turned on my PC. As the night went on though, I began to feel more and more anxious. The longer the clock stretched on, the less safe I felt. I was glancing up at the windows every few minutes, practically daring the static to come back. Sure enough, it did, slowly creeping in over the course of an hour. It was maddening to sit and watch it distort my home. It was just like last night, the same white noise, the same soupy air, and the same scrambled light bleeding through my curtains. I just collapsed onto my bed and tried to pretend it wasn't there. That's how my nights went for the next few days. I'd just run and hide whenever the static came while trying to pretend I didn't have a problem. I tried doing some research into whatever it was I was going through but couldn't find anything about it online. I tried asking around on some forums too, but still, nothing. I couldn't turn to the police or anything either. I'd just look crazy. I was effectively on my own here, moving forward with the assumption that this was all real and I wasn't insane. I now had to find out what this thing was and how to end it for good. I figured a good place to start would be seeing how the static actually goes away before I wake up. I bought a few energy drinks, found my best pair of noise-canceling headphones, and drummed up what little courage I had before settling in for a long night. Just like usual, the static started creeping in soon after. It appeared behind the curtains first and quickly spread throughout my room. I tried every method I could to distract myself, but by 5, the static was too overwhelming to ignore. It distorted everything it touched into something new and awful. The most solid things in my life now rippled and flowed at the faintest glance. Even the familiar glow of my computer had become harsh and alien, blinding me with a million unnamed colors. I switched my monitor off and closed my eyes for a moment. Opening them again was one of the hardest things I've ever done. It was only 5:12. I stumbled over to my kitchen and grabbed a drink, washing down what were probably painkillers to dull my throbbing headache. Out of nowhere, a heavy thud split the monotone hum of the static. I actually jumped, crashing into my fridge behind me. Then another thud rang out across the room, and another, and another. I was shaking as I slowly realized that something was knocking on my door. I pulled myself up and over to my apartment's entrance. The knocks came rapidly now, almost panicked. That same TV static rippled out from the edges of the door as if to highlight it. Somehow, I willed myself to look through the peephole. Bright noise flooded my eyes, but there was something else there too. It was like the static had been drawn out and distorted into a figure. Its features flowed like the world around it, having 2 eyes that merged into one then split into 7 in a fraction of seconds. I still can't wrap my brain around it, the way it was everything all at once. Even trying to remember it makes my head hurt. One thing was certain though, it wasn't human, but it was trying to be. It wrapped its hand, or maybe hands, against the door, sometimes knocking, sometimes tapping, sometimes even trying the doorknob, but never stopping. It was awful yet mesmerizing at the same time. I managed to pull myself from the peephole before collapsing onto the floor. The world had become a spinning, fuzzy mess. I don't remember how long I stayed like that. By the time I was stable enough to pull myself upright, it was somewhere around 6 in the morning. The knocking at my door was as loud as ever, and the static still pulsed throughout every inch of my apartment. Just when I thought it would never end though, the static began to fade, replaced by the cool glow of early morning. The thing at the door stopped, letting out a warbled screech before stomping away down the hall. Whatever the static was, it seemed to hate sunlight, and that gave me an idea. After an excruciatingly long shift, I got home and started preparing. I tore down all my curtains and sealed my windows shut. I put some heavy-duty magnets on my door so that it would close on its own, and replaced the doorknob with one I could exclusively lock from my phone. I'm sure you've probably figured it out by now, but I was planning on leading the thing into my apartment, trapping it, then killing it with sunlight. Now that the prep work was done, all I had to do was pull it off. By 4 in the morning, the static had returned, without the curtains to hide it. It lit up my room in black and white and filled the air with that low buzz. I took a shot to calm my nerves and waited. The hour stretched on as the static only increased in intensity. The world around me blurred into a mushy, unfocused nightmare. Every thought seemed to fade away from me, swept away in a maelstrom of harsh white noise. Then, the first knock came. The blow was like a kick in the teeth, snapping me back to my senses. I had to stay focused if I wanted to end this. I got up and stumbled over to my bathroom door, pulling out my phone. I took a few deep breaths, then hit unlock. The front door clicked, and for a moment, everything was quiet. The handle wiggled a bit before the door slowly swung open. The thing stepped inside, its body shifting and flowing with the static that poured in behind it. It stood there, taking in the room before slowly creeping towards me. I was frozen in place. Everything about it was wrong, impossible even. Its body bent and contorted as it moved with both the grace of a dancer and the stagger of a drunk. It was like a million different things were all fighting to control one body. The door slowly closed behind it as it drew near. The second I heard it click into place, I locked it before retreating into the bathroom. I barricaded the door behind me, ensuring there wasn't even the slightest gap in its frame. Shaking the entire room, I sat in my bathtub, burying my head in my knees and praying it ended soon. It was wailing on the door, its constant blows punctuating the monotonous hum of the static. But just as suddenly as the assault began, it stopped. I checked the time, but it was only 5:30. Had the thing found some other way out? I was just about to get up when a warbling, high-pitched sound came from the other side of the door. Slowly, the noise solidified into a dozen voices, all overlapping to form a single phrase. "Please, let me in." It repeated it over and over again, sounding more desperate by the minute. Other voices, each more distorted than the last, began to cut in. "It's nice out here. The stars are beautiful tonight. I'm so lonely. Please come out. I've come to help you." The thing spilled out all this constantly, its desperate ramblings even drowning out the white noise. I just covered my ears and tried my best to shut it out. I knew the end was near when it started pounding against the door again. It cried out, pleading for me to let it in, begging me for mercy. As the sun began to rise, its pleas turned into screams. The entire bathroom rattled under its assault as it screeched in a million voices. The static reached a fever pitch and wave after wave of emotion hurtled through me. I let it take me this time, vomiting all over the floor before passing out. It was quiet when I woke up. No static floated in the air, no noise filled my ears, and no bangs shook the room. I pulled myself out of the tub and checked my phone. It was nearly noon by now. I tore down the barricade before slowly stepping out into my room. Sunlight poured in through the windows, all traces of the static gone. Both doors were covered in scratches, but other than that, everything was normal. That night, I anxiously waited for the static's return, but it never came back. It's been a few days since then and I've blissfully returned to my old routine. I still don't have an explanation for what happened those nights. I don't think I ever will. While I'm happy that it's all over, I still can't just forget about it. The whole affair has been eating away at me ever since. That is why I decided to write this, in case anyone else has been through it or has some explanation. I don't even care if it's true at this point. I just want to go back to those old tranquil nights. Alright, I'm not much of a writer, but I've been stuck for hours and I'm bored as hell. So here goes nothing. I'm part of a team that captures, but mostly kills, monsters. And when I say monsters, I mean legitimate monsters. Stuff like chupacabra, manticores, werewolves, and so on and so forth. We are not unique, not by any means. There are hundreds of teams dedicated to the same thing all over the world. And my team isn't necessarily the best one out there, but we're good and I trust my teammates with my life. All 4 of them. We've been on dozens of missions, and I used to think that we were prepared for anything. But now, one of my teammates is dead, and the rest of us are injured and stuck in the back of an armored truck with a 3-meter-tall Wendigo screeching outside. I'm going to be stuck here for the foreseeable future, and my teammates are all unconscious, so I have got nothing but time. I guess I'll start with how I got into this business, and how it works. It'll explain how I got into this mess. I was in the military, not going to say where, and I was good, extremely good, incredibly gifted in terms of both physical and mental strength, good with weapons too. I never thought it would really mean much. Where I come from, the military is conscription based, which basically means that if you're a man, you are mandated to drop everything and serve in the military for 2 years. If you don't go to the military, you go to jail instead. Fun. I figured I'd just serve my 2 years, finish, go to university, get a degree in mechanical engineering, and continue out the rest of my life. I thought all my military accomplishments would serve for nothing but just an interesting tidbit about me. But clearly, that wasn't the case. Just a few weeks before my 2 years were up, I was pulled into a room, which I never knew existed, and I was immediately met with some of the highest ranking officers I have seen in my life. Initially, I thought they found out about the empty shell casing I smuggled out from a live firing for a souvenir a couple months ago, and I was bracing myself for a court-martial and a trip to the detention barracks. Hey, I never said I was good at following rules, but that wasn't the case. They told me how impressed they were by my performance, and they were transferring me to a special team based in another country, one whose name I've never heard of, made up of elite soldiers from all over the world. I would go there and continue training for another 4 years, and I would actually be sent out on real military operations, and I wasn't allowed to say no either. Initially, I was pissed. I had dreams, aspirations, stuff I actually wanted to do. Not to mention I had just got a girlfriend, and we were still in the honeymoon phase. The idea of just dropping everything and being forced into military service again was maddening. That, and the whole real military operations thing. I mean, sure, I could hit 100% of the targets at the firing range, do 95 clean push-ups in a minute, and run for kilometers with a 15-kilogram bag strapped to me, but that doesn't necessarily mean I could fight terrorists or anything. I wanted to argue, make them change their mind, think I wasn't a good fit for it, maybe even tell them about the shell casing. But before I could voice my protest, they showed me the pay. Oh my god, the pay. So much money, and they promised it would only go up. Now, where I live, the cost of living is high, very high. Not to mention, I was a little money hungry at the time. I didn't want to become an engineer for the sense of accomplishment, if you get my meaning. So not only did I need the money, I wanted the money. I had a lot of stuff to pay for. I would have to get a house, a car, and a wedding ring for the girlfriend. Yes, I was planning on proposing. Oh, and also steroids. I take steroids. So, I went along with it. I got all my things together, hugged the parents, kissed the girlfriend, had one last drink with the boys, and went off to another country. Went to a base in the middle of nowhere, with a team made up of 20 people. The whole base for 20 people. I can still hear the Wendigo screaming. It's very distracting, just so you know. Back to the story, and then the training started. It was brutal, way worse than anything I've ever experienced, at least in the regular military. Safety is a concern, albeit not a huge one here. Safety was unheard of. The trainers, which is all I can call them, since there were no ranks on the base, pushed us as hard as humanly possible, and sometimes, inhumanely. Once, they gave us no food for a week. Another time, they snuck into our bunk and turned off the safeties on our guns. In our guns we had live rounds loaded. By the way, we were supposed to keep our guns loaded and with us at all times. We got screamed at for hours for that one. They said if we were real soldiers we wouldn't have let that happen. Many times I wanted to punch one of them right in the face. It's a literal miracle everyone made it to the end of training with their sanities and bodies intact. Maybe the steroids had something to do with that. I had to hide my use back in my home country, but here, they actively encouraged it. They even bought us needles and everything. Reason being was, according to them, if injecting yourself with a gram of testosterone every week makes you run faster, lift heavier, recover quicker, and just basically be a better soldier, then you should do it. At the end of training, we were briefed on our operations too. They told us we were going to see and do things we never would have imagined. They told us monsters were real. Initially, we all laughed, and then were punished for laughing. They made us run 5 kilometers, then continued the briefing. They told us we would be hunting monsters, but only those that were a threat to people, and we wouldn't always kill them. Sometimes just capture them, because some monsters, like minotaurs, produce certain substances that can cure disease. Meanwhile, peaceful creatures, like Sasquatch, would be left alone. All of this said with a straight face, I still thought it was all a big joke. I mean, who wouldn't, right? But then they showed us videos. I still remember them, frame for frame. Monsters eating people, tearing people apart, nightmare stuff. And not to mention the video quality. You can't fake stuff that well. They sent us on our first mission a week after, put us on a private jet and flew us off to Japan. Said we were looking for something called Gashidokuro, supposed to be a giant skeleton that eats people, which I mean, how do you keep the public unaware of something like that? A skeleton as big as a tree, just walking around, straight out of Clash Royale. What, so I clash a little, big deal? I've got to hand it to the cover-up guys. They don't get the credit they deserve. We found it eventually. 2 of them, actually. Wasn't hard to be honest. They were over 20 meters tall in the middle of a rice field. According to legend, these things were supposed to only attack lone travelers. The village they had just massacred said otherwise. They saw us, let out a bellow, and sprinted straight at us. We ran towards the nearby tree line, hoping the oak trees would impede the monsters. One guy wasn't so lucky. He was always the slowest during group runs. He got snatched up, and the skeleton just bit his head clean off. At least his death was instant, thank God for that. Speaking of instant deaths, I can still hear that Wendigo shuffling around outside. Maybe I should speed up my writing a bit. We took down both of the monsters with rockets. Now, according to folklore, from hundreds of years ago, the Gashidokuro are supposed to be invincible. But they didn't have RPGs hundreds of years ago, did they? When all you've got is a spear against a skeleton 15 times your size, it's going to seem invincible. Props to people from ancient times. I don't know how they survived against these things, so that was my first encounter with the supernatural. We went on a lot more missions after that. Eventually, as we got better, we started getting split up into smaller teams. I started to actually enjoy it. I was only interested in money in the beginning, but a sense of accomplishment started coming with it. I remember the first time I really felt proud of what I did. We were in some town in Greece, with a really small population, less than 10,000. There was a manticore absolutely demolishing the place. It was tearing its way through a row of houses when we came across it, busting through a wall while a family on the other side was screaming for help. We took it down and went to check on the family. There was a little girl, who couldn't have been more than 6 years old, who ran up and hugged me. My heart melted a little. I'm not going to lie, I've always been fond of children. Her parents were probably scared of us, a bunch of guys with heavy weaponry and armor, but she wasn't. She just knew we saved her life, and she was thankful. I really thought about the impact of my job on that day, so I was making bank and loving my job. Life was far from perfect, but it was good. And then one day it came, the mission that screwed up my entire life. We were sent off to Canada. There was a confirmed Wendigo presence in a forest near a town, and people were starting to disappear. We had to take it down as soon as possible. Not a capture, a kill. Now, this Wendigo was particularly interesting. It used to be a human. That's pretty rare, apparently. Most Wendigos were made by a spirit in the sky or something, and the real ones are a lot stronger than the people who become Wendigos. This specific Wendigo used to be a guy named Ned Terrell. He went off into the forest with his girlfriend, ironically, to look for a Wendigo, and they got lost in a blizzard or something. Then a few weeks later he turned up and started eating people. A bunch of doctors just figured he lost it and they locked him up. They said he had convinced himself he was a Wendigo, and that it was best for everyone that he stay locked in his room for the rest of his life. He even wrote a letter pretending he was a Wendigo that got captured by humans. You can read it here, creepy stuff. But the thing is, Mr. Terrell wasn't so crazy after all. A couple months after they locked him up, the doctors noticed something. He was growing a lot. Now, Terrell was already a pretty big guy, about 2 meters if I remember his profile correctly. Then one day, one of the doctors, I think his name was Bowman, realized he was a lot taller. They measured him and he was 2.18 meters tall. A while after that, he was 2.34 meters. But even though he kept growing taller, he kept losing weight. Started at svelte 80 kilograms. He was pretty underweight after living in the forest and eating people for a couple months, and ended at 56 kilograms. And he kept getting stronger too. One day he leapt at the guards and took a chunk out of one guy's arm. Thank God for tranq darts. They hit him with enough stuff to take down an elephant. That was the day they decided they had to transfer him out to a more secure facility. They knew they were dealing with something they didn't have the ability to handle. So they threw him into a truck and transported him to a maximum security prison that was a couple hours away. At least that was the plan. Halfway there, he ate the driver. The guards busted out and ran off. Pretty soon, reports of a giant emaciated man running through the forest and roaring his head off reached us. We sent a scout who identified it as a Wendigo, and my team was sent in. Now, according to legend, humans can turn into Wendigos when they choose to resort to cannibalism instead of starving, or they can be possessed and forced to commit cannibalism by Wendigos. Which one is Terrell? Personally, I'm hoping he's the second option. At least that way, he dies with his humanity intact. The sounds outside have died down a little. Mr. Terrell must have gotten bored. I can relax a bit. We went out into the forest, the 5 of us. Body armor, assault rifles, grenades, rockets, all of it. We thought we could take him. We could not. It started off so slowly. We found its tracks and started following them. There was a blizzard going on, which is apparently something Wendigos can do. There's a blizzard going on now actually, but my team had no problems. We followed them in our armored truck for an hour or so. Then all of a sudden, it was just on top of us. Never saw where it came from. Unbelievable speed. It tore my teammate out of the driver's seat and swallowed him whole. He was a big dude too, 1.9 meters tall and built like a young Brock Lesnar. Just got swallowed up, starting from the feet. He screamed the whole time too. I'll never forget it. The Wendigo just unhinged its jaws and leapt on him. One movement, he was suddenly swallowed up to his waist. The truck crashed and the rest of us jumped out and ran for cover. I'll admit it, even professionals get scared. We just watched our teammate get eaten. Took a while, too. He was screaming and begging, one arm pinned to his side, and the other flailing around. He had broken the #1 rule. Always have your gun loaded and with you, so there was nothing he could do. It took us a few seconds, but we opened fire. The Wendigo was squatting on top of the truck, its jaws now around the guy's chest. We killed our teammate, but he was dead anyway. We just granted him mercy. We emptied our mags at that thing, and we only hit it twice. Visuals was poor due to the blizzard, and like I said, it was fast. Seriously, faster than anything I've ever seen. It stood up, and it was huge. Absolutely dwarfed us. It was thin as a rake too, ribs nearly tearing through its skin, skeletal arms, kneecaps very visible. I saw a photo of a family of Indian villagers during the Madras famine once. It looked just like them, very human looking. Just looking at its face, you would think it was just a starving man. I saw a picture of Mr. Terrell, back when he was a regular guy. You could definitely tell it was him. It tipped the truck over and sprinted straight for us, lashed out, tearing through our armor like it was cardboard. One of us, I don't even remember who, got a grenade off. Unfortunately, not a direct impact, but still made it back off for a while at least. We jumped straight into the back of the truck and put it into lockdown mode. If you're slow and can't figure out what lockdown mode does, it locks the truck down. Metal covers sliding over the windows. A bunch of electronic locks, makes it a fortress. Unfortunately, it also prevents it from driving, because the wheels withdraw into the body. The Wendigo started slamming on the doors, but it couldn't get in. It's strong, but not that strong. So that brings us back to where we started. I sent a distress signal out a while ago, but I got no response. The blizzard may be blocking our communications. The snow's coming down really hard. It's freezing, even with the truck's heater. I'm really hungry for some reason too. I couldn't have been here for more than a couple hours, but I'm absolutely starving. Even the time I didn't get food for a week at base wasn't this bad. I'm ravenous, but there's no food, and I sure as hell am not going out there. I won't make it very far. My teammates are still out for the count. I don't really know what to do now. I can't hear the Wendigo, but as long as the blizzard's here, I know it's out there. There's a video feed of the outside, but I turned it off. I need to conserve energy. The last I saw the Wendigo, it was eating the snow my teammates' blood spilled on. This thing leaves no traces. It would probably lick blood off the walls if it could. It can't get in, but I can't go out. The situation seems pretty hopeless. But hey, if you're reading this, that means I made it out. I'm typing on the notes app on my phone, so the only way for someone to see this is if I get out of here. I'm going to take a little break and think about what to do now. Goodbye. Hey guys, I found this story on a phone in the back of a wrecked truck I came across while hiking through the woods. I called the cops as soon as I saw it, but I snooped through it to find any valuables, and I found this. What do you guys think? It's probably just some BS, right? I mean, there aren't any bodies in the truck, or blood even, which, if this is real, should be the case. There was a really heavy blizzard a day ago, but that's just regular Canadian weather, right? Wendigos and monsters, they're made up, right? Maybe some aspiring writer crashed and decided to just type a story while he waited for help, then just left his phone and walked away. That doesn't make sense. And the truck was crazy. It was more of a tank than a truck. I don't think writers would really drive stuff like that. And there were a bunch of weapons too. I didn't touch them though. I'm wearing pretty thick gloves, but I can't risk getting any of my DNA on a firearm. I'm out on probation right now. There were prints leading away from the truck at least. Only one set though, and they were huge. I mean seriously, this guy was big. Barefoot too. I hope he made it out alright. I'm walking back to my house while typing this. I still don't know what to make of it. The only way it adds up is if the story is real. But it can't be, right? I mean, I would have seen something by now. Whatever, I already told the cops and they're on the way. They'll figure it out and I'll read about it in the paper tomorrow. I'm just going to focus on getting home now. It's starting to snow pretty heavily again, and the wind's picking up. I hope it's not a blizzard. Old age is a pain in the backside. It's also a pain in the knees, the hips, the neck. Pretty much everywhere hurts. To be honest, now I'm in my 80s, and everything happens slowly when you get to my age. Or at least it does for me. Combine the two, the pain and the pace, and many things are a challenge. Even something as simple as making a hot drink, and often by the time I'm sat back down with my coffee, it has already cooled too much for me to really enjoy. But I sit there and sip it, slowly. The only thing that seems to be in a hurry is my bladder. The race to the toilet feels more like a marathon, not a sprint. But I'm still getting there in time. That's important to me. I still have my pride, and I mean to hold on to that with every ounce of determination in my increasingly frail body. I don't have much else. My beautiful wife of more than 60 years passed away last fall, and I miss her with an ache that will never ease. We were never blessed with children, and now it is just me, moving slowly around this threadbare, but tidy house. We moved here to this house, my wife and I, in the summer of 1979. I had just turned 40 years old and, according to my wife, I was still the impulsive dreamer she had married 19 years before. She meant it as a compliment by this point in our marriage. I think at first, in the early days of our lives together, she had intentions to try and change me. Certainly, there were suggestions that I should not give up my steady job at the insurance company for one at the theater that would only last for 3 months. There were comments that writing a play was a noble endeavor, but it wasn't paying the bills. But she never outright put her foot down and said no to me, following my dreams. The house when we moved into it was what an optimist would call a doer-upper. It was at the tail end of a road shaped like a lowercase letter Y, one produced with a cursive flourish that never appears on a typed page. South of us, sited in open land just a few minutes' stroll away, was the chapel, next to which was a small graveyard where the residents of the town were laid to rest. Heading north, back towards the top of the imaginary Y, the road forked left towards the school. If you followed the right fork, dead ahead would be Main Street and its handful of shops. The undoubted king of these was the bargain store, a wonderland of canned goods, hardware, bandages and sticking plasters, buckets, garden rakes, and so much more. Laid out in a semicircle north of here was a development of newer houses. We looked at one of these first when we were making arrangements to move here, but they were outside our budget. We had moved because my wife had got a job teaching in the town school. The idea of a fresh start had energized me. This was a perfect place for someone like me who was easily distracted. City life, with its coffee shops and half-price matinees at the local flea pit, and free exhibitions and talks and parks, was constantly dragging me away from my many half-completed projects. By contrast, it was so quiet in this town, and isolated as well. The next town along was around 100 miles away. We were living in a pocket of sleepiness a long way from anywhere. As summer turned into fall, and I was left alone while my wife taught, and I had nothing to tempt me away from my desk, the words did start to come slowly, but they were there. The leaves fell and the weather turned over the weeks that followed, and life was good, until the accident. Our next door neighbors were about our age, but they had a son who was turning 18. We had been invited to a barbecue in their yard. It was a fine but cold day, and we stood there wrapped up in warm coats, toasting him with glasses of sparkling wine while the burgers cooked on the grill. I'd never been much of a drinker and spent the rest of the day lying on the couch feeling washed out. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up startled. I had no idea why until someone out in the street started to scream. I ran outside. It was dusk and the street lamps had just started to flicker on. One of the lamps was bent double where a car had crashed into it. The body of our neighbor's son lay on the ground nearby. He must have not been wearing a seatbelt and been thrown through the front windshield. His face was speckled with blood. A gash ran the length of one of his cheeks and a flap of skin hung grotesquely open. A shard of glass had pierced one of his eyes and more blood flowed from this wound like crimson tears. His mother knelt next to him, cradling him in her lap. His blood also stained her face and her hands. Some had got in her hair. I thought how it would be later tonight that she would realize this. I don't know why. I focused on this one terrible detail in this horrific and tragic scene. But I did. The father stood to one side, staring silently down, and more neighbors were emerging from their houses. I felt my wife's arms envelop me and her quiet voice saying, "Let's go inside." There is nothing we can do. There was one policeman in the town and one doctor. Over the hours that followed, they supervised as the body of the poor boy was wrapped in tarpaulin and placed in the police car, and the crashed car was towed away by a truck from the local garage. Neither my wife or I could sleep, even though it was well past midnight. We sat in the kitchen drinking hot chocolate. My wife sighed and stared out into the now empty road. I waited for her to share whatever was on her mind. Eventually she looked at me and said, "He was a troubled young man. He had been a disruptive pupil and had started getting into trouble outside of school. I'd heard gossip that he'd been drinking and taking cars for joyrides. His parents were trying to deal with it privately, without involving people they didn't know." I sipped my chocolate and said, "It looks like they still are, with the help of the other townsfolk." She nodded sadly. "They're taking care of things themselves. That's their way around here." I found this strange back then, when I was still a newcomer to the town, but I accepted it. I topped up both our mugs and asked, "Where will his body be now?" "There's a room at the chapel that's used before burials," she replied. "I went once when the former principal of the school passed and we all went to pay our respects. I guess he'll be there." And then she began to cry. "I'm sorry I asked," I told her and reached out and took her hand. Dawn broke a few hours later, bringing that sleepless night to an end. We cleaned the saucepan. The milk for the hot chocolate had been boiled in our cups. It was still pretty dark outside, with clouds that looked heavy with rain filling the sky. My wife started getting ready to go to work, and I sat at my desk, even though I already knew I would not be able to write anything. I felt sad and empty. My wife called out, "Have you seen the car keys? I'm going to drive." The school was only a 15-minute walk away, and most days she walked, but with the weather threatening rain, taking the car was a sensible idea. "Have you looked in the bowl above the fireplace?" I called back as the clouds started to make good on their threat and the first drops of rain struck the window. That was how the great storm began. It was a deuce of a thing. Within minutes of those first droplets hitting, the rain was falling with violent speed. The lighting started hot on the heels of the rain, with an initial arc of light which was so powerful and unexpected. I jumped in my seat as if I had actually been electrocuted. I did not even have a chance to count to 1 Mississippi before the thunder rumbled, then turned to see her standing in the doorway. She had found the car keys and had her coat on. "I don't think you should go out in this," I said. A new bolt of lighting cut through the sky before she could reply, and when she did speak, I could not hear her because the thunder was too loud. I figured the storm would pass, and the day would be allowed to start. The pupils and their teachers would make it to school. The bargain store would open its doors. The boy at rest in a room at the chapel would have his first visitors. But by 9 that morning, the intensity of the storm seemed to be worsening. The rain had turned to hail and I was seriously worried the windows would break. The lights in the house had gone off and back on twice already. Just before 10 they went off and stayed that way. When they did, my wife went over to the telephone and lifted the headset to her ear. "The line's down," she said. The TV and the radio reception were reduced to static as well. I lit a candle and we sat in the kitchen. I did not want to admit to myself I was frightened by the power of the storm. I was a rational, modern man, not some primitive living in a cave who was scared of elemental forces beyond their understanding. But my nerves sure were tingling, and I wished the storm would exhaust itself and move on. It kept on relentlessly, and by early afternoon, in a weird kind of way, it was hard to remember what the world had been like before the storm possessed it, and made us prisoners in our own home. Then, at 4:12 p.m., according to the wind-up clock on the kitchen wall, the storm ended. There was no more lightning, no more thunder, and the rain stopped. The silence felt strange. I could hear my own breaths, the clock ticking. "Do you think it's over?" my wife asked. I did not reply because I had spotted someone walking past the window. I swallowed, or at least I tried to, but my throat felt as if it had constricted. Waves of coldness were passing through me, and I guess I must have turned a shade of unhealthy pale, because my wife's eyes were widening with alarm at my obvious distress. She had not seen what was outside or else she would not have asked me, "What's wrong?" The blood had been washed from his face. The flap of skin which had been torn open had been sewn down. The shard of glass had been removed, leaving a dark wound that bisected his eye. He was stumbling rather than walking, but he was almost at our neighbor's front door now. My wife had come alongside me and had rested one hand on my shoulder, and now she had seen as well, and was saying over and over, "No, no, no," as by an incantation. She could make this waking nightmare, this hideous vision, disappear. But he remained, and now he was slapping the door. His hand hung limply from his wrist as he struck the door with it, and a part of my mind which was still able to think rationally told me that this was because he must have broken his wrist when he was killed in the car crash. More than broke it. He had snapped so many bones his hand flopped helplessly unsupported as it knocked on the door, and now the door was opening. I wanted to look away. I wanted to curl up in a corner like a frightened child. And when I opened my eyes again, everything would have been made all right. A dead boy would not have returned home. The early winter night was falling by now, and though the storm had ended, neither the street lamps nor the power in our house had returned. I could still see clear enough though when our neighbor appeared in the doorway, to come face to face with his son who he had left in a sleep that should have been eternal. I could not see his lady wife inside their house, but I heard her cry out, an anguished, sickening howl. My wife's grip on my shoulder tightened. I winced because her fingernails cut into my skin. "Look," she said, and pointed towards the graveyard. There were people gathered there. They were reduced to silhouettes by the failing light. My guts tightened. There was something wrong about them. Something very wrong. I hurried over to one of the kitchen drawers and rummaged around till I found my battery-powered torch. My hands were shaking so badly by now it took me 3 goes to turn it on. Its beam was sterile compared to the flickering light of the candle, but steady and bright enough for what I needed. I threw my coat on and headed towards the door. "Don't," my wife said. I took a deep breath before telling her, "I don't know what's happening, but I mean to find out." She looked at me, then shook her head and disappeared into the spare room, and returned a moment later holding an old baseball bat. "At least take this with you," she said. I kissed her on the forehead and went out, torch in one hand, bat in the other. There was no sign of anyone now on the doorstep of our neighbor's house, and no sounds coming from within. My heart pounding in my chest. I decided to check them out first. As I walked towards the still open door, I instinctively raised the bat. Reaching the threshold, I pointed the torch into the waiting darkness. Fear gripped me, and a horror unlike any I had ever known before. The son, the boy who had returned, was knelt over 2 prone bodies on the floor. As the torchlight swept over their faces, I recognized his father and his mother, even with their hideous injuries. The torchlight touched the son's face as well, and he looked up. It looked up, at me, its eyes burnt with hate. Its skin was sickly pale. Its lips shone with blood and half-consumed flesh hung from its open mouth. A scream began to form inside me. It rose slowly to its feet and began to advance on me. I turned and I ran, and saw that it was not alone. The figures I had seen in the graveyard were stumbling towards me. They had once been ordinary men and women, before they had been committed to the grave, before they had returned, and now stood in my way. The flesh of some had almost completely decayed away, leaving bone exposed beneath the rags of their burial clothes. Others were more complete, except in places such as their eyes, which had already provided a feast for the insects deep underground. They had no blood on them, not yet. I must have been the first living person they had encountered. I dropped the torch and grasped the bat with both hands. "Come on," I yelled. I did not know how these corpses were walking the earth, unless it was the great storm that had raised them somehow. But I knew they were bad to the bone. There was madness there as well, I could see, raging inside them, and from the way their mouths were hanging open as they came closer, I got the feeling they were mighty hungry, for flesh, for me. I got ready to attack, to go out fighting, when a voice behind me yelled, "Police, back off or I will fire." Without turning, I called back, "I don't think you need worry about reading them their rights." A volley followed. Seconds later, one of the things, which was hit dead center in its forehead, fell to its knees. Other shots which hit elsewhere made them pause, but nothing more. An old movie I'd seen came back to me. "The brain," I shouted. "We need to strike there." I glanced back then. The local cop was there, and half a dozen townsfolk I recognized, including the owner of the bargain store. He was wielding a big old garden rake. He shouted and raced forwards, swinging the rake, and plunged it deep into the forehead of one of the things. Shock froze its repulsive features and then it toppled backwards. We defended our homes that night, our town, and by first light the dead were back where they belonged, in their graves. The young man who had not even made it beyond the chapel's resting place before he was called back, and his parents, were buried before noon. What happened was never shared beyond the confines of the town, until now. In this old man's final testament, we were scared and we were ashamed. As best we could, we returned to our old lives, but nothing was ever the same again. The darkness that had come to our town lingered in our memories and created an atmosphere of fear that was tangible. If any strangers happened to visit, they did not stay. No one new moved here either. The town and its people were left to slowly wither and die. Now, more than 40 years later, there's no one left in the town but myself, moving slowly around my house, and my time is almost here. My grave is dug. Making that hole in the ground took me 6 months and sure caused me a lot of pain, I can tell you, but it is done. And now I have made a record of what happened after the storm of 1979. I am ready to go lie down in it and fall into that long sleep. Until the next great storm. Until the dead once more walk the earth, ravenous and insane. Go on in there, the duty sergeant sneered. Let's see what you learned in college. I was 20 years younger than the youngest guy in the department, and it showed. Even so, the way the duty sergeant threw me at the strangest and most dangerous cases had long since crossed the line from harassment and turned into something more menacing. I realized the rest of them wanted me to fail. They didn't like guys like me. Young guys. Guys who asked questions, who did things by the book. It cramped their style. They wanted their old boys club back, even if that meant me getting my throat torn out. They'd all seen and probably done worse. I could see it in their eyes. Still, there didn't seem to be anything particularly threatening about the short auburn-haired girl in the interrogation room. Her thick black glasses and pale skin made me think of a young librarian, but I knew better. I'd seen the photos. I knew what she was capable of. Hi, I'm Detective Maxwell. My eyes didn't leave her for a minute as I sat down well out of reach. Detective? Katie laughed nervously. Why detective? I already explained everything to the man at the hospital. That man was a psychiatrist. I'm a police officer. Because your friends are deceased, it's important to establish exactly what happened between April 24th and May 10th on the eudaimonia. Can you explain those events to me as you remember them? Katie. Deceased. There was surprise in her wide green eyes. Could it be that she really didn't know? Dead, of course they are. Katie buried her head in her arms. Things like this have followed me my whole life. You know, she wept. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to her comment. Stay with me, Katie, I said. I know this must be difficult for you, but the only way forward is for you to tell me exactly what happened on April 24th. Nick, Simone, Terry, Who, and me. We met in a classics class. In college, the professor was a real dick. He'd write on the board with one hand and erase with the other, and he'd fail you if you used a bibliography format he didn't like. Anyway, the 5 of us bonded and were friends ever since. We always thought it would be cool to take a trip to the Greek islands, see the place where all that ancient stuff happened. You know, this year we finally got our chance. Katie took a deep breath. She kept glancing at the manila folder on the table. I wasn't ready to show her the pictures. First I had to hear as much of her story as I could, establish a rapport, and then it would be time for the real questions. It was Terry who had the idea of renting a sailboat. I understand Terry Blankenship had some sailing experience. Twice, with his uncle, on a fishing boat, but the boat we rented had, 4 cabins and 2 sails. It was way out of his league. When you say the boat, you are referring to the eudaimonia. Correct. Katie nodded. There's been some suggestion that Terry rented the boat from a small local outfit because he knew that he didn't have the license or experience a more reputable firm would have demanded. What do you think about that? He just wanted to impress Simone. Katie shrugged. The water looked so still. We didn't think anything bad would happen. Nick, the guy at the marina, he saw Terry's credit card and knew right away he was loaded. Once he saw it, I don't think he cared if we came back with the boat or not. It was an unusually long time before the authorities were alerted. I admit it, but let's not get out of order. You were telling me about your first day at sea. It was beautiful, Katie said. You've never seen anything so blue. Little white houses, tiny islands off in the distance. Getting tan on the deck with a guy I had a crush on since sophomore year. It was like a dream. Until the storm blew up. When was this? That was the second day. So, April 25th. We just finished the dinner Who Cooked in the galley, and we were getting a card game set up below deck without too much enthusiasm. We were all pretty plastered from another long day of drinking in the sun. That's probably why we didn't notice that the water had started to move differently. By the time we realized, the rain was coming so hard and fast we couldn't see. Nobody knew how to prepare the boat, and Terry, he couldn't even take in the sail. It's alright, I reassured her, leaning farther forward than I probably should have. I know this is hard. What happened next? We capsized. Katie shrieked, and I jumped. I just remember holding on for dear life while these huge frothy black waves slammed against the boat again and again. Nick and Who were yelling something. Terry got desperate. He cut the sail free. Then a wave righted us again, and it went on. Katie sniffed. We huddled in the wet interior, waiting to get flipped again, praying for dawn. When it finally came, there was nothing but water all around. All our supplies was gone. The GPS, the safety devices and backups. They were missing or broken. I've never felt so lost. A person can get pretty desperate in a situation like that. We handled it pretty well for the first day. We tried to make signals, fix the equipment, and fish. There was that vague smile again. The one that darkened so quickly. Everything gets blurry after that, Katie mumbled. Maybe it was the hunger or thirst, but I can't. Sorry, what I'm trying to figure out here, Katie, I cleared my throat, is how you managed to survive 14 days adrift in a boat without food or water. I need you to remember what happened to the others, Katie. She wrinkled her forehead doubtfully. I took the first picture out of the manila folder. It showed the walls of a ship's cabin, gouged deep with fingernail marks, and a door ripped brutally from its hinges. For example, how did this happen? I asked. Katie shrugged. I produced another photo, another cabin, the bedding shredded, the walls splattered with blood. That's our ship. Katie seemed to recognize it for the first time. I'd saved the most disturbing for last, the gnawed upon bones of Terry, Simone, Who, and Nick, scattered around the galley. Katie brought a hand to her mouth. When the medics found you and pumped your stomach, they found the remains of your friends. I need to understand how that happened. I told you, Katie said, suddenly cold. I'm cursed. She pushed the photos back across the table at me. When this happened, I guess hunger and thirst had already weakened me so much that I couldn't fight it off. What is it? My shadow. You're saying your shadow made you do this. I leaned back and crossed my arms, wondering if she'd step into my verbal trap and admit that she'd torn apart and eaten her friends. Look at me. Katie held up her scrawny arms and delicate fingers. Do I look like I could rip a door off of its hinges, or break through a wall, or eat someone piece by piece? You tell me. She clammed up. I changed ideas. Tell me more about your shadow. My dad always used to say that he'd made some powerful people very angry, and that one day they'd get him back. I was just a kid back then, and I didn't associate his warning with the creepy lady who offered me a gold coin for 13 strands of my hair. By the time I told my parents what happened, it was too late. My shadow had begun to change. It whispers to me, tells me to hurt, to let it take over. Usually I fight it off, but sometimes, when I'm really struggling, I give in. And the consequences are terrible. There's a reason why Terry, Simone, who, and Nick were my first real friends since grade school. Nobody wanted to hang out with the girl. You know, Katie, I began. Have you ever been checked for mental illness? I bit off a girl's ear. What do you think? She hesitated. But this is different. I'm fine, unless my shadow takes over. Can you let your shadow take over now? I asked, fascinated. You wouldn't survive it. It's time for us to lay everything out on the table. Katie, I stood sternly, my hands on my hips. You're facing a very long prison sentence for the murders of your friends. We have evidence from under your fingernails, your teeth, and even from inside your stomach. Unless you can show me who is really responsible. You really want to know. Katie's voice became a throaty rumble that seemed to shake the walls of the interrogation room. The camera stopped working. Katie's shadow was nowhere to be seen in the flickering fluorescent light. Then open your eyes. She stood, snapping the chains on her wrists, and as if they were made of straw. I bolted before she could reach me, and I was greeted by the laughter of the duty sergeant and the others outside. Scared of a little girl, college boy, he joked. The duty sergeant could tell by my pale face that something was going on, but when the other officers flung the door open, we were treated to a vision of Katie, looking calm and a little confused in her chair. The duty sergeant gave me a wry smile, but it faded pretty quick when he saw that Katie's chains were broken. By the time my hands stopped shaking long enough to finish a styrofoam cup of watery coffee, and I made my way back to the interrogation room, Katie was gone. Removed for my safety, the duty sergeant claimed, but in my dreams I still see the narrow windowed metal door to Katie's interrogation room, swallowed by a living shadow. The case of the eudaimonia was like a splinter in my brain, and when I finally got the time and seniority I needed to dive into that rabbit hole, I didn't like what I was waiting for me in the archives. Katie was found guilty, of course. That was only normal, given the amount of evidence against her. But there was nothing normal about what happened around her in prison. The abusive male guard who was found leaning dead against the cold concrete wall opposite of Katie's cell with his eyes scorched out of his skull. The sadistic inmate who simply disappeared until what was left of her was found clogging the toilet of the cell she'd shared with Katie. The blackout in the shower room, the screams as the guards fought to open the door, the bloody torrent running down the drain from the shattered shower heads, the broken bodies heaped around where Katie crouched, rocking back and holding herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. Unexplained transfers and gruesome incidents followed Katie wherever she went, almost like a shadow. I know I shouldn't be obsessing over old cases. It's a bad path to start down, the kind that only tends to lead to the bottom of a bottle. Problem is, the last time I checked Katie's file, there was a new note. She has been released. I wonder who her shadow will touch next. It was a Friday morning when we had gone hunting for Bigfoot. The sky was overcast and gray, matching my mood perfectly until we pulled over on the side of the old highway. The moment I popped the trunk and slid my hand over the wooden stock of my grandfather's rifle, though, my focus returned. I cocked the gun in sync with the spark of rage that flared within the depths of my belly. I looked to my brother Darren, who had also taken his weapon in hand, though with noticeably lesser intent. Come on, Darren, enough sulking. You know what we need to do. Yeah, I know. He slammed the trunk shut and slung his bag over his right shoulder, keeping the rifle in both of his hands as he trudged past me towards the woods. Let's just get this over with. His exasperation was on full display. It sickened me. I simply followed along, having nothing left to say. Our boots squished into the softened surface of the forest floor, following the ATV trail deeper into the wild. The smell of wet grass and rotting logs was overwhelming, only to become sickening once it meshed with the stink of the swamp. But the smell would not deter us. We followed the swamp's edge, keeping the water to our right. Our eyes, however, were constantly surveying the area, searching for any signs of the ancient ape, or perhaps signs of its victims. There wouldn't be anything left of Dad. We'd already been out here countless times before, ever since the creature had taken him. Darren still refused to believe his brother, let alone his own eyes, but I knew what we had seen that day. A dad taking his 2 preteen sons on a fishing trip, having great fun in the sun. It was the first time I had ever actually caught anything, which was still better than how Darren was doing. At one point, my kid brother started crying after one fish broke his line, and Dad had to console him. And as he did that, the shadow came. I watched it approach from its cover amongst the tree line, slow but steadily. When I pointed it out to him, Dad took a quick look before telling us to start walking away from the bear, backwards with care. We all had our eyes on the shadow, so we all were able to see when it dropped to all fours and began sprinting for us. Dad told us to run back to the car as he pulled out his pocket knife, trying to stand as tall and wide as he could, to scare it off. Darren was crying in fear, so I had to pull him away, but that didn't stop me from watching. Soon enough, the beast was in front of my father, and back standing on 2 legs, and it sure as hell wasn't a bear. If anything, it was a roided out gorilla that hadn't skipped leg day. It blotted out the sun with its stature, looming several feet over our dad. Darren and I had gotten to a safe distance where the beast didn't see us, but I could see them. I wanted to cry for Dad to run, to scream at him to get out of there, but my throat closed up, choked by fear as I watched him stumble back. The knife dropped out of his hand, and the monster roared in his face, revealing a set of flesh-ripping fangs. After that, my eyes were transfixed on the monster beating my father into a bloodied pulp, unable to avert my own gaze. It swung his body around wildly, slamming my father against tree and rock and ground alike. I would have assumed that the thing was using my dad as a plaything, if it had not been for the pure feeling of rage that it exuded, even to us up on the hill. My throat finally began to muster some small short cries as I witnessed the beast dragging the corpse back to whatever hellhole it called its home. I distinctly remember the size of its hand, almost large enough to wrap around the entire length of my father's lower leg, the only leg that was left, anyways. A good while after they had disappeared, I led Darren back to the car, and with snot and tears dribbling over the screen, I called Mom. I was finally able to utter something that resembled a word: help. The police found the leg that the beast tore off, a few days later, floating in the swamp. And the footprints fit the proportions too, but the police ruled that we had just seen a bear attack, and that the footprint's size was due to the bear's paws spreading out in the mud. I didn't buy it, I never would, and now, as a grown man, I return to these woods every weekend to get revenge. Looking down at the ground, I stopped dead in my tracks. Darren, over here. My younger brother came sprinting back to me as I grinned and pointed. The same enormous footprints we'd only seen on a few occasions. What did I tell ya? Jacob, they're the same prints from before. We've been over this, those are. Don't say it again, I growled. Darren was far more willing to just conform to whatever the nice police officers told him, because it was easier to listen. It was easier to just pretend that what happened was something normal, and not our father being murdered by a Sasquatch. Do you see the pattern of the pads? This is not a bear's foot, and it ain't one of our boots. That there, that's the footprint of our Bigfoot. Darren just sighed and stood up. Come on, let's just lay the traps already. And you're on the first watch. It's way too early for me to deal with your crazy mess. Grumbling, I pulled my pack off and ruffled through its contents until I found the jaws. In one swift but heavy motion, I tossed my bag over towards my brother, which contained our leg traps. He cried out as the steel slammed against his shin. Ouch, what is wrong with you? Darren always was an infant, weak. It was for that very reason I dragged him out here each weekend, hoping that seeing the beast and confronting it would toughen him up and finally give us the closure we desperately needed. Hey, you asked for them. A rumble sounded through the trees. We both instantly grabbed our rifles and began scanning our surrounding, trying to catch any kind of movement. Plap. My guard only began to lower as a raindrop crashed into the right lens of my glasses, warping half of my vision heavily. "Just thunder," I murmured, putting my rifle down to clean my glasses. "Prep the traps and come back over here quickly. We'll only be out here for a little bit today, I guess." Darren just groaned and snatched up the trap, storming away from me. With my vision fixed for the moment, I inspected my rifle and began to load it. If we were going to come across Bigfoot today, it'd have to be soon. It wouldn't be caught wandering around in a storm. The creature was smarter than that. I watched as Darren's figure grew hidden amongst the thin trees, wandering along our pre-established boundary to set the traps. Today we were trying cow livers as bait. We had been rotating the meat to see if any of them would have a better chance of attracting it. Darren thought it was just an expensive waste, but after just trying venison for 2 years straight with no results, something needed to change. By the time Darren was returning to our lookout spot, a thin mist had begun to fill the forest. The cold pierced through my sweater, so I was forced to zip up my puffer coat to keep warm. When he arrived, he tossed my bag back at me and plunked himself down with his back turned to me. I could hear the crinkling of his morning breakfast bar and groaned. "You should be ready to kill that thing at any moment, not snacking." "You're completely crazy. You know that." I didn't bother responding. Darren's mind was well made up at this point, and no amount of convincing or conversation would change it. Only the stone-cold corpse of the Sasquatch would make him see the truth now. For a moment, I wondered what Sasquatch meat would taste like to myself. The rumblings of thunder grew more consistent, and the mist had thickened as we sat and waited. I was constantly having to wipe my glasses clean to remain vigilant, now blinded from water and fogging alike. After a little while, it was my turn to check on the traps. Brushing off the mud and leaves, I trotted through the brush, checking all the traps' positions. And as usual, Darren had completely mucked up all the placements. The lazy prick, so it was left to me to change them, moving them to spots that were slightly more hidden, so it wasn't blatantly obvious to the beast that it was being hunted. Muttering under my breath, I fixed each trap and just moved on, until the fourth trap of 5. The cow liver was not there, but the trap had not closed shut, and the mud around the area was stomped and squished in various ways. The tingle of anticipation began to hurry my heartbeat, and I just stared at the device before calling out to Darren. "Hey, Darren, you put livers on all the traps?" "Yeah." "Ugh, yes, Jake. I don't need your..." Thunder rolled again, but I had heard enough from my brother to get my answer. I began to make my way back to our outpost, walking backwards at first and surveying my surroundings. Once I was certain no eyes were watching me from beyond my view, I raced back to my brother and slid back beside him. Darren began shouting at me and demanding to know what was wrong, but I shushed him quickly. "Something took the liver on trap 4, I whispered, trying to hide my simultaneous excitement and fear. "So, it could have been some hungry bear for all we know, or a coyote, or whatever kind of animal among the hundreds that live in the woods." Darren was expressing annoyance with me, but he too was whispering. He had to, in part, believe that something was out there. I ignored his sentiments and grinned. "We gotta set up the tarp. We aren't going anywhere." We always made our site near a trio of young trees, shaped in a triangle, so we could easily create a tarp roof if the weather was not in our favor, and with the way that rain was beginning to cut through the fog, we decided to do just that. Beneath the tarp, we continued our watch as water poured down before our eyes. Darren continued to whine that we should leave before we got struck by lightning, but I refused. The missing meat from the trap was already a sign that we needed to stay. In all of our time out here, only twice before had the meat been taken, and both times the trap had been shut, but we had never caught anything actually stuck in the traps. The beast mocked us, taunting us, wanting us to know that it was not just some random creature of the woods. It was greater than that. Time passed. The sky boomed above us. I gave myself but a moment to imagine that we were soldiers in Vietnam, hunkering down in the rain, but staying awake in case of a sudden enemy attack. I was pulled from the thought by a hand on my shoulder. Whipping my head around, I saw Darren starting to get up. I need to stretch my legs, gonna go check the traps. He started to leave, but turned back to look at me. We really should get going soon. The weather is awful. I shook my head without a word. Darren opened his mouth to say something else, but gave up and left. Huddling with my rifle, I shivered profusely in my cold, wet clothing. My hand was nearly frozen in place, clasped around the barrel. I could feel my knuckles locking up in their sockets. Crash, the crack of lightning erupted nearby. I witnessed the flash from between the trees. The rain began to fall faster, hitting the leafy forest floor like bullets from the heavens. I could feel my senses all beginning to be overwhelmed by the sensations of the wild. "Help me," a scream. I pivoted in its direction and readied my rifle. It sounded like Darren, but I couldn't see him between the rain and my fogged glasses. I wiped them off quickly, then looked again. There, it was still blurry, but there was no denying it. A large black figure raising its hands above its head and slamming down into the ground, attacking my poor brother, who was likely being beaten on the ground by it, out of my sight. I was not going to let Bigfoot take another member of my family. The rage was ignited. I ripped a bullet off my belt and slammed it into the chamber, then shoved the bolt forward and took my aim. The beast was still slamming at the ground. Maybe the trap had caught it in place. There was no time to waste. The crosshairs were aligned with its chest. I pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot echoed through the trees, louder than any thunderbolt had previously, and the bullet was a direct hit. I watched with widened eyes as the Sasquatch fell, clutching its chest before crumbling slowly to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, slipping and tripping in the mud and grass. My fingers screamed out in pain as I pulled myself past multiple trees, hurting from the cold. I kept the gun close to my side, in case the job wasn't done yet. But finally, after all these years, I had finally struck back and avenged my father. I had slain Bigfoot. When I reached the spot where the Sasquatch had fallen, however, there was no beastly corpse, no massive muddy footprints imprinting its last path. I found only my brother, collapsed face first into the mud, with his blood mixing in to form a foul sludge beneath his body. It only started a little while ago, but I fear it's getting much worse. My dad has started alternating between two faces that couldn't be more different. The first one has brown eyes just like mine, glasses that are much bigger than mine, and a beard that I won't be able to grow for at least 5 more years, as he says. When Dad wears his bearded face, we look a lot alike, although he is convinced that I'm the spitting image of my mother. I'm not sure if that's true. Mom passed away when I was still in kindergarten, and I avoid looking at old photos. In them, there are none of her and Dad's second face, and it reminds me of a time that I'm sure was much better than the one we have now. The new face is harder to describe because a regular mind has difficulties interpreting it. It almost looks like a new layer of a gray texture with dark veins was vacuum sealed on a skull. It compares to skin in some ways. It can sweat and it slightly trembles when he speaks. The sounds he makes are muffled and hard to understand because there is no hole cut in for his mouth. There's none for his nose either, but I can still hear him breathing underneath. The only thing that is exposed is 2 holes cut into the upper half, functioning as eyes. Luckily, I don't see the second face very often. He can change back to the old one and does so most of the time, but an image like that is hard to forget. I know this sounds entirely absurd and terrifying, but my dad is all I have and he's not evil. Bad people did this to him. Dad used to gamble a lot and owed some people money. It's not something we talk about, but I picked it up through little clues. After Mom's death, he went through a hard time, but I swear that he always cared about me in the ways that he knew how to. We don't have any other family, just each other. The gambling ended very abruptly. I wish I could have been happy about it, but what came after was much worse. That's when the seed for the new face was put into the soil. One evening my dad was pacing through our apartment, mumbling things to himself. "Fuck, shit, he'll kill me. Soren will kill me." Then he looked at me, brown eyes wide open. "Do you have a friend you can stay with tonight, buddy?" I would have loved to do that, but my friends and even their parents were probably all asleep. "No, it's too late for that," he mumbled to himself again. "Go to your room, lock the door and go to bed. I have to go out and take care of something. You're 12 now, you can do this, right?" I nodded, but before I could even move there was a knock on the door. From the look on Dad's face, I could tell these weren't visitors he was happy about. After that knock, a number of things happened. Dad rushed me to my room, which I locked from the inside. He told me to go climb in my closet, which I didn't. I sat down right next to the door. A few seconds later, our front door slammed open. I expected noise, shouting, crying maybe, but it was eerily silent. All I heard was the occasional whimper of my dad. I felt so helpless. A man spoke words in a language I didn't understand. After that, there was only silence until finally, the front door opened and closed again. For hours I was too afraid to leave my room, but when I finally did, it was morning. I tiptoed towards the kitchen where Dad was having cereal. He smiled when he saw me, wearing his regular face. Everything seemed normal. It wasn't visible at first, but after that night my dad had changed. At first, I only caught glimpses of it. The first time I saw it for a second in the window at night and was sure I imagined it. But then I saw it in the bathroom mirror, and sometimes in my dreams. The shape that trembles and breathes with no mouth. It was fine as long as it was only in the mirror, but as time progressed it started growing outside the mirror. Now his face changes at least one night a week and it stays for hours. I don't know what happened that night, only that I now spend a lot of time locked up in my room. The description of the second face, I realize, resembles a mask in many ways, but it isn't. And the reason I know that for sure is that one night when Dad was sleeping or appeared to be sleeping, I tried to take it off. I was sick of it, hated the other face. I wanted to see my regular dad again, but it was impossible. It wouldn't move, but when he felt my hands on his new skin, his eyes opened wide and he gave me the sign. We never discussed the sign. He never speaks of it when he wears his other face. It's just something that I learned. When he pushes his fingernails into the palm of his hand, it means that I should run to my room and lock myself inside. It is the only way he is able to communicate freely. When the other thing takes over, he tries to protect me, even in that unimaginable state. It usually only happens when we have odd guests in our home or before he leaves to take care of something and doesn't come back before the sun. As it only comes out at night, I can avoid it most of the time. The few times that I have witnessed it, I'd rather try and forget. He came into my room only one time. His hands were all bloody and he stained my white sheets. I kept my eyes closed and tried to ignore the muffled breath underneath his new layer of skin. I tried to hold my breath as long as I could, so he wouldn't notice how scared I was. After a few minutes, I finally heard the door close again. One night, I thought he wasn't even at home. I got up to go to the bathroom. I had to go so bad, I thought I'd wet myself. When I opened my door, he stood there right in front of it. No mouth, no nose, only 2 small cuts for eyes. He made noises as if he was trying to speak, but no real words came out. It was a terrifying sight, but he never tried to attack me, and I simply learned to lock my room every night and stop drinking anything before going to bed. In the morning, he would always have his other face back and be a pretty decent dad. He really was trying. It took me a while to understand what happened, and why the dangerous people even did this to him. I thought they were trying to hurt him, but now I know that they weren't punishing him. They were using him as a vassal, a body to carry the face and act out on its behalf, to scare victims or do even worse things to them. I know that now because he finally opened up to me. We had dinner together, almost like a regular family sitting around our kitchen table. I can't begin to describe how out of character this is for us. We hardly ever eat together, and if we do, it's usually frozen pizza in front of the TV. Last night, however, Dad cooked. He'd made baked potatoes, green beans, steak, and even some really nice pepper sauce for the meat. He poured himself a glass of wine and I had Coke in a fancy glass that I didn't even know we owned. When I had difficulties cutting my steak properly, he helped me without a word. For a few minutes we sat there silently. I even tried to chew as slowly as possible so I wouldn't be too loud. It felt as if I was having dinner with a stranger and I had to be on my best behavior. It wasn't really a stranger though. Dad was wearing his regular face. He even smiled when he caught me staring at him. "You like this better, don't you?" he asked. When I didn't respond, he added, "This face." It felt odd because we never spoke about the obvious issue. I didn't talk to anyone about this, kept it a secret because I was afraid that someone would take away the only parent I had left. I nodded, of course. I preferred his regular face. Dad stuffed a big chunk of meat and potatoes in his mouth. "So do I. This is quite the mess we found ourselves in. Isn't it, son?" Again, I only nodded. "Do you even understand it? You're pretty young, right? I'm not that young." He looked me up and down. "Well, you are small." He was in a mood. Normally he was only like this after a night of losing. Agitated, slightly mean but not violent. "I'm old enough to know that you've turned into a monster," I hissed. He dropped his fork and grinned. His teeth looked red from the bloody steak. "I'm not a monster, son. I only work for one. Not voluntarily, but if I stop he brings me incredible pain. He can rip my soul into pieces simply by stating my name. At least that's what it feels like." He sighed. "And imagine if he killed me, who'd take care of you?" I shivered at the thought of my father being murdered, and especially at hearing him talk about that, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "You and I, we get along well, don't we? I don't mind you being here. I really don't, but sometimes I think it'd be best if you simply left. Ran away, disappeared." I clenched my fists so that I wouldn't start crying. "Dad, what is going on?" I whispered. He reached his left arm over the table and put his hand on top of mine. "This thing inside of me, it's fighting. It wants to take control. It really is a struggle, you see. Both of us want to be in charge, and switching back and forth feels numbing. If I could get rid of him, I could do so much more." "Then why don't you kill the thing? We can run away. I don't care about this home. We can get help. We can go to the police." I was practically shouting. "I can't kill him. He has a mind of his own, and I'm not sure what would happen to me if I did." His eyes appeared tired and sad for a moment, but then he smiled again. I started speaking but dropped my knife on the ground before I could form a sentence. When I reached under the table to pick it up, I saw that blood was dripping from my father's hand. I don't know how long he'd been digging his nails into his palm. This was the first time this happened while he was wearing his regular face, which made me realize something. My dad has issues, I'm well aware of that. I'm not trying to defend him. He's messed up often in the past, but when it comes to me, he always tries to be protective. You know, if it weren't for you, I would have gotten rid of him long ago. He keeps fighting for you. It's really frustrating, you know, but I'm glad we finally got to talk. I have tried before, but it's not easy when I don't have a mouth." He didn't simply grow a new face. He became a new person. I was at a dive bar in Mexico when a man called George Stapleton approached me about using my boat to film a Discovery Channel special for Shark Week. I declined at first. Then the man in the freshly pressed business suit whipped out his checkbook and, well, the number of zeros took my breath away. I know that sounds a bit cliche, but it did. "Now, what kind of Shark Week special is worth that much money?" I asked. The dark-headed man rubbed the stubble on his chin as he laughed. "Let's just say, it's gonna be a very special case. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know shit about sharks other than a real big one tried to eat Chief Brody in Jaws." I wasn't sure just how helpful I would be, but Stapleton reassured me that all I needed to do was steer the boat. My boat wasn't a big one. It wasn't small either. It was a 36 feet blue and white cruiser trawler that typically operated a crew of 3. But I was in Mexico on vacation at the time of meeting Mr. Stapleton. My crew was back in Maine. We'd had a relatively good season, so I decided to take the ship down the coast for vacation. I had met Stapleton and his team as the sun rose over the ocean. I can remember the sunrise because there were streaks of pink across the sky. He traded his freshly pressed business suit for a tight black t-shirt and blue jeans. That was when I noticed that the man was very, very muscular. His muscles bulged in his shirt. He had an entire team with him. I assumed they were the film crew. There were 6 or 7 of them, which wasn't a problem because my boat could honestly hold everyone if they'd brought enough food. I guided Stapleton to the ship. 4 of his men carried large black trunks behind us, which I assumed was filming equipment. I did notice that all of the men looked soldier-esque. All were in shape with chiseled jawlines and muscular features. They also wore the same kind of clothing as their leader, like they had some kind of uniform on. "So what's your boat's name, Mr. Hayward?" Stapleton asked as we made our way down the dock. "The Maria, but I'm assuming you already knew that," I answered. "What makes you think that?" Stapleton asked with a smirk. "Simple, you approached me at the bar. You knew I had a ship, which means you've done your research on me." Stapleton scoffed. "So what else did you guys dig up on me?" I asked. "Just the basics, ex-Navy. Served 8 years before refusing to renew your contract. During that time, you married a woman named Maria. Then shortly after you left for the Navy, she passed away in a car accident. That's when you invested your life savings in this boat and started a fishing business," Stapleton said plainly. I just about stopped dead in my tracks. The Discovery Channel had way too much power. "I didn't think you could find all that information on a background check," I said. Stapleton shrugged. "You'd be surprised what kind of information I can dig up. Now, let's get this show on the road, shall we?" I put aside my discomfort as I led them onto my ship. The water gently rocked the boat beneath us as the men put their trunks down. I walked straight into the helm and started the ship up. Its engine roared beneath me. Stapleton stood on the deck directing his men, one of which produced a tablet from one of the trunks and handed it to him. "Ah, there it is," Stapleton said with a smile as he walked towards me. "Don't leave yet, we're still waiting on Dr. Stein." "Dr. Stein?" I asked. I could see Stapleton shift a bit with what seemed like discomfort. "You could call him my boss," Stapleton said. "What is he? The host of the show or something?" I asked. Stapleton scoffed. "You could call him that." I watched the men move around my boat for a good 30 minutes before Dr. Stein and his assistant Samantha Nicole Jensen showed up. It was at that point that I started to actually wonder if we weren't overloading my boat. Stein was another tall, dark-headed man. His hair was combed back neatly, and he had a thin black mustache on his upper lip. He wore a pair of cargo shorts and a Hawaiian-themed polo shirt. Despite his flashy appearance, he didn't say much when he stepped on the boat. "Mr. Stein," Stapleton greeted. Stein ignored him as he continued up the deck and straight into the wheelhouse where I was standing. "You must be Captain Mayfield," Stein greeted. "It's Hayward." Stein smirked as he reached out to shake my hand. "My mistake. I've worked with a lot of ship captains lately. I trust Stapleton is paying you well," the man said. "So, what kind of Shark Week special are we filming anyway?" Stein gave me a confused glance as he turned to Stapleton, who smiled and shrugged. Stein turned back to me. "We're looking for a very special shark," Stein said. I looked past him at his assistant, who stood next to Stapleton as he fiddled with the tablet. I would be lying if I didn't say there wasn't something off about this whole thing. But with the money I was making, there wasn't much I wasn't willing to do. Stein and I didn't say much more before we left. As we headed out into the open ocean, I let my mind wander. I watched the sun go the rest of the way up through the boat's windshield. I pondered what I would spend this money on. I thought of my wife, the crash, the memory of the glass flying everywhere, as her body was sent sailing out the windshield. It had been her dream to buy a boat and just live on it, not mine. There was always something about the freedom of the open ocean that fascinated Maria. If she was still alive, I'd have spent the money on getting her a nicer boat. Not that this fishing boat wasn't run down by any means, but like I said, it was a fishing boat, nothing more. It had sleeping quarters, but it wasn't comfortable to live on. Maria would have wanted a yacht or something. Maybe that's just what I would get. We'd been traveling for about an hour when Stein's assistant came into the wheelhouse with the tablet in hand. She was a nice-looking young woman, with short dark hair and an olive tint to her skin. "Mr. Mayfield," she asked. I sighed as I rolled my eyes. "It's Hayward," I said, "but you can call me Sam." "I'm sorry," she said. "It's okay." "You got a name?" I asked. "Funnily enough, it's Samantha. Actually," I scoffed. "I'm not calling you Sam," I joked. She smiled. "I hope not. Anyway, what I've got here is our heading. You see this red dot?" she asked. She showed me the tablet, which showed a massive map of the open ocean, with a blinking red dot maybe 50 miles from us. "Kinda hard to miss. This is our target," she said. "Target that the shark we're filming?" I asked. She took a deep breath. "That's the shark we're after." "How do you know where it is?" I asked. "Stapleton tagged him before he..." She started before stopping herself. "It's a tracking device." That sent up a red flag. I was just about to ask about it when Stapleton came in. "Hey Sam, Stein needs you," he said. I looked at Samantha, then Stapleton. I meant the girl, Mr. Hayward. Samantha nodded at me, then walked off. I sat there thinking for a second before I noticed something. There were a lot of S names on this boat. We reached where the red dot had been late in the afternoon. The red dot was still in the area, less than a mile out, but we did come to a stop, mainly because of the boat wreckage ahead of us. I can still remember seeing the splintered wooden pieces of a small sailboat floating in the blue ocean. "What the hell?" I muttered to myself. My first thought was to keep going past it, but Stapleton poked his head into the helm. "Hey, stop here. Stein wants to take a look," he said. I brought the boat to a stop. I could feel the boat rocking gently with the waves underneath me. I wandered back out onto the deck, where I found Stapleton directing his men. They were busy bolting a heavy-duty harpoon launcher to the wooden deck. "What the hell are you doing to my boat?" I asked as I stormed out. Stapleton turned to me. "Don't worry, Mr. Hayward. Once this is over, we'll buy you a whole new boat." I started to say no, but the words got caught in my throat. That was when I noticed Stein directing two men dressed in scuba gear, both armed with spear guns of their own. "Now remember, if you see them, aim for the brain. We don't need any more of these things running or swimming around," Stein said. My face contorted in confusion. "Wait, you're hunting something," I stated. "Yeah, what gave that away?" asked Stapleton. "I thought you said you were filming a Shark Week special," I asked. "Oh, yeah, I lied," Stapleton stated. "Well, no shit, who are you really?" "Poachers?" I demanded. That was when I heard the splashes of the two divers. Stapleton smiled. "Mr. Mayfield," Stein called out from behind me. I turned back to him. You know what? No. Who are you people? Why did you lie about Shark Week?" I practically growled. Stein took a deep breath. "Well, when people hear the phrase zombie megalodon, they tend to either run away or laugh their asses off." My face contorted in bewilderment now. "What did you just say?" I asked. "He said zombie megalodon," Stapleton said. "Megalodon, like the shark from that Vin Diesel movie. And did you use the phrase zombie? Please tell me you didn't just mix up Vin Diesel and Jason Statham," Stapleton said with an annoyed tone. "I'm not a shark or a movie person," I argued. "Regardless," Stein interrupted, "this changes nothing. We're still paying you. In fact, I'll pay you double the press on." I groaned under my breath. I figured that they were probably lying, but at the same time, they'd lied about Shark Week. I wondered if they'd lied about paying me too. My eyes caught Samantha, who was sitting on one of the trunks with an earpiece in. She had her tablet in her lap as she guided the divers. I thought for a second, a fucking zombie megalodon. How the hell does that even work? Part of me thought I was part of some kind of prank, the rational part of me. But I could see everyone on the boat had a dead serious demeanor about them. I looked back at Stein. Well, doesn't seem like I've got much of a choice, do I? Stein shrugged nonchalantly. Not if you want to stay alive. That statement alone made my blood run cold. I think I actually trembled a bit. I inhaled as I turned and walked back into the wheelhouse. I agreed to drive these people. I didn't agree to be around them. If I had any sense, I would have called the Coast Guard then and there. As I walked though, I heard Samantha's voice go up in pitch. "Daniels, get out of there now. It's right below you," she shouted into her earpiece. I turned towards the wreckage of the other ship, where I could see one of the divers had surfaced and was frantically swimming towards our boat. He was maybe 30 yards away. "Help," the man managed to shout before being yanked under the waves. "Shit," Samantha said as she shot up from the trunk. The blue water where he'd been swimming was suddenly painted a shade of crimson. I turned to Stein, who remained stone-faced. "Must have lost their spear guns. Get the depth charges. We gotta kill these things before they make an even bigger mess," Stein commanded. The other men went to work, pulling out what I can only assume was some kind of plastic explosive. It looked more high-tech than anything I'd used in the Navy, but then again, that was 15 years prior. The explosives themselves were metallic black spheres that were around the size of basketballs. Stapleton's remaining men tossed several over the ship's edge. Stapleton himself tossed one a good 20 yards out. We all stood there in silence and anticipation as we waited for the explosives to go off. When they did, the boat shook with an audible boom. Volleys of bubbles and water went skyward all around us. It took maybe 10 or 15 seconds before the bodies of 3 large sharks floated to the surface. "Ugh, I wanted a live one," Stein complained. The smell that penetrated my nose was awful. It was like a salty, rotten fish stench that made me want to gag. I walked over to the edge of the boat where I could see the sharks more clearly. If I remembered anything about the Jason Statham movie, then I remembered that they were massive. And while these sharks were big, they looked closer to the shark from Jaws, if not maybe 10 feet smaller. Not only that, they all had chunks of flesh missing. One even had its skull exposed. "Looks like our friend's been busy," Stapleton said as he looked at the bodies. "How?" I asked. "Well, the zombie meg is infected with a pathogen of sorts. It's also a swimming corpse, which means a lot of rotting meat. Rotting infected meat. It just takes one curious shark taking a curious bite, then that shark gets infected. Then it can either bite or get eaten by another sea creature. Then so on until the whole ocean is infected with nothing but hungry corpses." "Well, that's horrible," I said. "Hence why we have to capture the big one," Stein said as he approached us. I took another deep breath. "Why not call the Navy?" I asked. Stein and Stapleton looked at each other. "I'm not paying you to ask questions, Mr. Mayfield. Go back to driving the ship," Stein said sternly. I huffed and puffed as I turned around and went back to the wheelhouse. I wasn't sure if I completely bought what was going on, but I knew one thing. If they were telling the truth, then they were almost certainly involved in this thing getting out. I reached the steering wheel. My mind was still lost in thought. I tried to find my own happy place. I even tried thinking of Maria, but that didn't work. All I could think about was the man who'd been yanked under the waves. That and another thing. If this creature was actually a meg, I was gonna need a bigger boat. That or a way to get out of here before Stein got us all killed. It was around nightfall when Samantha walked into the wheelhouse and advised me to keep my distance from the red dot at night time. "The shark has better vision than we do at night," she explained. "Yes, but I have radar," I answered sarcastically. She smirked and rolled her eyes. "Radar won't save you from a 67-foot killing machine." I honestly didn't want to go anywhere near this thing, so staying clear throughout the night was fine with me. "So what's the plan for when we find this thing?" I asked. Samantha took a deep breath. "Stein wants to capture it. Do you really think he can pull that off?" "I think he's capable. Can I ask you a question? Yeah. You guys have the money to charter a better boat than this one. Why'd they pick me? Because you're all alone, she said bluntly. If you don't come back, no one will ask questions. And if I do and tell everyone what happened out here, you win it. I tilted my head to the side with confusion. Look, Mr. Mayfield. It's Hayward, I corrected. Whatever. A zombie shark is just a taste of some of the things that are out there in the darkness. There are things that are a whole lot worse. Things that Stein has in his employ. Do yourself a favor and don't fall victim to them. With that, she left me alone in my wheelhouse. The next day wasn't very eventful. We tracked the red dot some more. But even when we were right over it, we failed to get it to surface. Stein claimed that it was too deep under the water. He also didn't want to use depth charges on it because he was afraid of accidentally killing the thing. We did, however, come across the corpse of a humpback whale that had been bitten in half. It floated limply in the water. A feeding frenzy of sharks gnawed on it. I remember driving the boat alongside of the carcass and seeing nothing but the splashes of fins and teeth in the now scarlet water. I tried to think of Maria to get my mind off of what I was witnessing, but that was interrupted by Stapleton and his men tossing more depth charges onto the carcass. Mr. Mayfield, pull us far away. This whale is about to explode, Stein said bluntly. I did as told, driving the boat forward and past the whale's head, where I made eye contact with one of its still open eyes. The eye was dead. It looked dead, not just metaphorically, but physically as well. It was pale and black with a whitish glaze. I looked closer at it. Then suddenly, it seemed to move. The whale's eye locked onto me. I felt a singe of fear crawl up my spine as I made the boat go as fast as it could. I didn't look back when the explosives detonated. I zoned out as the bits of whale rained down all around the boat. A few miles later, I could hear Stapleton and Stein talking just outside the wheelhouse. You do realize that all the little pieces of meat you just sent into the ocean are infected, right? Stapleton's voice asked. I'll have Victor sanitize the area, Stein replied. We just need the Meg first. Thank God for Gideon's Advanced Science Division. If this works, then we can start planning Operation Lazarus. Stapleton groaned. Don't you dare thank God in my presence. Thank me instead. Stein's voice replied. Someone's got a power trip, I said under my breath as I watched the red dot on the tablet that Samantha had left for me. It was still a few miles away, but it was still, like the creature was hovering in the same place plotting its next move. I looked out across the ocean, where I could see the sun setting in the distance. Oh Maria, what have I gotten myself into? I said to myself. Later that night, I sat at the wheel of the ship. I'd tried sleeping, but that was a fruitless effort. All I could see in my dreams was the man being yanked under the water, then the whale's dead eye staring at me. My groggily eyes shifted from the tablet to my sonar display. That was when I heard the boop of the sonar. My eyes widened when I realized that, in my groggy state, I hadn't realized that the red dot was coming our direction and at an extraordinary speed. Shit, I barked. I could hear the wheelhouse door open behind me as Stein entered the room. Mr. Hayward, the shark is coming, he said in an unusually calm voice. Yeah, I know, I said as I started the engines. Don't move the boat until I tell you, Stein said. I turned to him with wide eyes. What? Why? Stein didn't answer the question, he only narrowed his eyes. Don't move the boat, he said sternly before leaving the room. I could see two of Stapleton's mercenaries bolting another harpoon gun to the front deck through my windshield. At this point I was actively considering calling either the Coast Guard or the Navy, maybe just screaming for help over my radio. We are all gonna die, I mumbled to myself. Don't get your hopes up just yet, Stapleton said as he entered the room. What are you doing in here? I asked. How far out is the shark? Stapleton asked his earpiece. I could see on my sonar that it was less than a minute. I could also see one of the men aiming the harpoon. So what's the plan for capturing this thing? Stapleton chuckled. Just be ready to move the boat. That was when I watched Stein step onto the boat's front deck. He stood alongside the men manning the harpoon. I watched as he traced his finger along the metal point before pricking it. He didn't jerk away. He only looked at his finger calmly and then turned and looked at me. He smiled and waved. I noticed a small amount of blood running down his hand. The fuck? He turned back to the men on the harpoon. Remember, aim for the brain. I can't control this thing if you miss, Stein said. The sonar panel beeped again. The shark was even closer now, half a mile out, then a quarter. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. Then I saw the massive black fin zipping through the water in the moonlight. It was coming straight for the front of my boat. Holy shit, I said as instinctively reached for the metallic wheel. But before my hand could reach it though, I felt cold steel press against the side of my head. Not until, Stein says. Stapleton growled. That was when I realized what he'd been in there for. On my mark, turn is to port, Stein said as he entered the wheelhouse behind us. The shark was maybe 50 yards away now. Come on, I heard Stapleton mutter. 40, 30, now, Stein barked. I turned the steering wheel as fast as I could. The ship turned a bit faster than I'd expected. The harpoon on the front fired. Then as soon as we were completely turned, the one on the back fired. I found my eyes glued to the tablet as the red dot was now on top of us. I braced for impact, 100% expecting to be inside of a shark's stomach by midnight. But the impact never came. I honestly wondered if the shark had passed under us, at least until I looked through the side window and saw the shark fin in my side window. It was floating in the water, still as can be. It was then that Stapleton lowered his weapon. I turned to where Stein had been standing, but he was already gone. I followed Stapleton onto the rear deck where I found Stein standing at the side. Samantha stood next to him. Stein had his hand up, almost like he was signaling the shark to stop. Several of Stapleton's men had lights shined on it. The massive creature was smooth and black. At least it was on the remaining skin. There were bits of it where I could see the shark's skeleton. The smell was rotten and fishy. Its black eyes were fixated on Stein. The revenant obeys the master, Stein said to himself. How did you? I started. Simple, Mr. Haywood, blood magic. Stein interrupted. I shouldn't have even asked. Things were only getting crazier and crazier. Stein turned to me and smiled. This creature is one of 4 infected with an ancient primordial prion. We found it frozen in a glacier. The fact that it was still alive was astounding. It was also surprising, which is part of the reason it escaped us the first time. It was only luck that Stapleton here managed to tag it before it outran our submarine, he said as he looked me up and down. I honestly don't know what any of that meant. I'm not a scientist. All I know is undead shark is undead. Who are you? I asked. The one who signs the checks. Now get back to the wheel and call the Coast Guard. I think a test is in order, Stein said. A test? I asked. I felt Stapleton shove me. Go. Tell the Coast Guard you need help or I'll blow your fucking brains out. Stapleton growled as he pulled his pistol on me. I turned and took off towards the wheelhouse. I entered and practically fumbled out the radio. This is the Maria. Mayday. I'm being held against my will. I need help, I pleaded. But all I got was static. Mayday. This is the Maria. I need help. There's a psychopath with a gun. I pleaded again. Maria. This is the Coast Guard. What are your coordinates? I gave the Coast Guard my location and they advised me to stay calm and barricade myself in the wheelhouse. My back against the steering wheel. My eyes on the closed door to the wheelhouse. It took all of about 5 minutes for me to realize things had gone quiet. I was too scared to get up, however. I think I sat there for a few hours sobbing. Then I heard shouting. Bright lights flooded through the Maria's windshield. There was a bang on the door. Coast Guard. Is anyone there? A voice asked. My heart jumped into my throat. I'm here. I got up and shakily opened the door. There was a man in a Coast Guard uniform there with a rifle in his hands. Are you okay, sir? Can you tell me what happened? I struggled to get the words out. He helped me to my feet as a medic came aboard my ship to take a look at me. The ship they'd sent was a medium response boat. They pulled up right next to the Maria and tied the boats together. I looked around on the dock. "Where'd they go?" I asked. "Where'd who go?" The medic replied as she shined a bright light in my eyes. My deck was empty now. The only evidence that Stapleton or Stein had even been there were the holes where the harpoon guns had been bolted down. "What?" I asked as I wondered out loud. Then Stein's words echoed in my head like a bad dream. "I think a test is in order." My eyes grew large as I grabbed the medic by her wrists. She gave me a shocked and afraid glance. "We need to leave." I could see the man raise his rifle at me. "Stand down," he shouted. I turned to him. "No, you don't understand." That was when I noticed a black fin coming towards the Maria. The moonlight seemed to reflect off of it. "No," I screamed. But it was too late. The shark's mouth came out of the water as it collided with the Maria. Bits of metal and wooden splinters flew everywhere. I was somehow thrown overboard. I hit the black water with a splash. I tried to scream, but the cold water poured down my throat. It took me maybe 4 seconds to gather my thoughts and swim to the surface. When I did, I was met with a gruesome sight. The Maria, the ship I'd spent my life savings on, the ship that was my wife's namesake, was now in 2 pieces. The zombie shark's massive body in between them as it chomped down onto the Coast Guard's vessel. I could hear assault rifles firing. I could hear screams, but it wasn't enough. The shark's jaws grinded the metal ship to bits in seconds. I watched both my ship and the Coast Guard sink below the black water. I am only alive now because I cling onto a piece of wood that ironically was a piece of the hull that had my wife's name written in black cursive on it. I floated for a few hours before a second Coast Guard boat found me. Turns out, we'd ended up in the Gulf of Mexico. They took me to a hospital where I was treated for a concussion. When asked what happened, I claimed that I'd been attacked by pirates. I claimed they'd used a rocket launcher to sink the Coast Guard boat. It was a lie, yes. But, no one would believe the truth. Dad and I remembered exactly what Samantha had said about Stein. I'd watched him control a zombie shark like a fucking puppet. I didn't want to know what else he was capable of. So I went home, hopefully to forget about this whole nightmare. But when I got there, I found an envelope on my bed, one that read Mr. Mayfield in black cursive writing. I knew exactly who it was from. It took me a good few minutes of staring at it to open it. It was a massive check. I'm not gonna say the exact amount, but I could have used it to never work again. If it wasn't addressed to Samuel Mayfield, I couldn't help but laugh to myself. I rolled my eyes as I tossed the check onto the bed. That was when I noticed the writing on the back. The note said, "I'm impressed that you actually survived, Mr. Hayward. Check your bank account, stay quiet, and thank you for your cooperation." I still think about the Coast Guard members that died that night. I'd say I haven't touched that blood money, but that would be a lie. I kept most of it, enough to live off of. I also made anonymous donations to every single person on that Coast Guard ship's families. I'm not a total monster. I know the nightmares will never go away. I know that I can't exactly tell my story to anyone who can do anything. I also know that I'm never, ever watching Shark Week again. Thank you to my superfans, Sweet Black Swan, Tacey, and Brooklyn. I really appreciate you guys supporting my channel, and I look forward to making more content for everyone.